All right. At this time, do I have a motion for a adoption of the agenda?
I'll motion to adopt the agenda.
So I have a motion by Ms. Miller, a second by Ms. Dickerson. We will take public comment on the agenda, not on the items, just on the adoption of the agenda. All right. Seeing as there is none, we will close public comment. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. At this time, I do want to recognize that Mr. Burns is not with us this evening for those that are listening or watching so that we know. Okay. And he's not on Zoom. Frankie, I have a question. Since we did not approve a flexible agenda, we have to go in order, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Because it was an oversight on my part. It's okay. All right. At this time, we will move to item number 2, public comment. This is for. Oh, I missed that. Oh, you're right.
You're so in trouble now.
Rewind. We now will go to the Pledge of Allegiance, and Mr. Zinke has offered to do that for us, to lead us in that. Thank you, Mr. Zinke. All right, at this time now, we will move to agenda item number 2, public comment. This is for the public to comment on anything that is not on the agenda, that is within the purview of the school board. Do we have any online? All right, seeing as there is no public. Was that a yes, we have one, or no, we don't? Okay, then we will.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
We can hear you if you continue to speak.
Yeah, this is May Hyatt. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. May Hyatt for the record. I am just making public comment based on the performance report that Mr. Alvarado sent out on Parent Square just the other day to all of the parents. I wanted to just kind of comment on the summative assessment. I'm not sure if the trustees received this. As a parent, I just wanted to express some concerns about the performance of science. I'm looking at it right now, and since 2022, our performance ratings have gone down from 3rd grade to 8th grade proficiency, the state rankings, and also 11th grade proficiency. I have been a science teacher for over 20 years, no longer, but I still will always advocate for my science teachers. I'm expressing concern with that. I think it's great that our ELA and our math scores are going up, but I'm here to advocate for all of the science teachers. I just would like to know where is the budget in terms of science and advocacy for the science departments when it comes to middle school and high school science. I know that for my daughter on a personal level, when all they get are paper labs or simulations, many of these kids, these children are hands-on kinesthetic learners. And when all they're just getting are simulations, it's not enough. I know that a big part of our budget needs to go towards consumables, towards hands-on learning, and I want to commend Miss Allison Fenema at Carson Valley Middle School for her innovations class, because that's what really inspired my daughter, because she does hands-on labs, STEM experiments all the time, but she spends her own money, and that's not acceptable. So I would really like to promote and bring to your attention that we need to find a way to allocate more of our budget towards the science programs at our county school district, because it's not enough. Why are we only at 25% in terms of 11th grade proficiency? What are we doing with physics? What are we doing with biology? What are we doing with chemistry? We need to do labs and hands-on learning that will inspire and promote the sciences for our children, because it's not enough. 25% is not okay. And you know, in 2022, we were at 31%. That to me is still not okay, but why are we going down with all of the other subjects we're going up? We really need to focus our gears and shift towards science and promoting science with our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other further public comment? And please make sure you state your name for the record.
I had to turn it on, man. Good morning. My name is Todd Poth. I like coming into these things so I can say my name properly. It's Poth, not Poth. I am so first off, I want to thank everybody, especially the trustees. I haven't been to a lot of board meetings lately. I tried coming quite often, but work has kind of taken me away from a few things, so I haven't always made it. And I appreciate you guys, first off, coming to the lake and having a meeting up here. It's very important. This is an important part of the district, and I'm glad that you recognize that and are having meetings here. So thank you very much. Second, I want to thank all of you for your service, for being here, being part of a school district, being on the board. Not an easy job. I'm sure that most often, most of the comments and things you get are problems, which is not a fun thing to have. I know Erin, she's our representative up here, and I gotta say, most of the time when I talk to her about school board stuff, it tends to be a problem. And that's not always fair, and I realize that, but I do appreciate your service and what you guys are doing for us. So thank you very much. Obviously, I think problems have gotten better lately, so I appreciate that. I don't have a lot to say other than I wanted to come here and support and let you know that the lakes are important, that you're here. But I guess if I had anything to say, I'd want to talk about budgets, as the last person talked about, what's going on, what we focus on. With the lake schools, obviously my kids are here. By the way, I have 3 kids, a 2nd grader, 3rd grader, and 6th grader. 3rd grader is actually special needs. She's legally blind, but she is mainstreaming and doing very well. But I would like to see, first off, let's say lake schools, I think we've cut just about all we can. When I started being involved in the schools, when I came to this community, some 20 some odd years ago, before I even had kids, we had a principal and a vice principal at both schools, Whitell and Zephyr Cove. We had counselors at both schools. We had social workers at both schools, or probably 1 social worker. All these things have now disappeared. I'm glad to see you're making cuts. I know you got to make cuts across the district for different things, but please think about that. These are the highest rated schools in the district by far. We fight hard. The parents put a lot of work into this place. I really like seeing support from the district as well to make sure we don't cut any more than we absolutely have to. And I guess if I had any one last thing to say, that would be, can we get some of that money we spent with Joey Gilbert back somehow, some way? Because that was a complete and utter waste of money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Any more online? All right, then we will close public comment. And at this time, we will go to agenda item number 3, a special recognition. Mr. Alvarado.
Yeah, we're going to start off by calling Miss Tara Ald up to the front. And if we could have the administration also join her. No, 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 no. So Miss Tara Ald is a social studies teacher at Carson Valley Middle School, and she was selected by the Nevada Department of Education as a finalist for the Nevada State Teacher of the Year. So she's been invited as a special recognition to honor this achievement. And so at this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Greg Thetford, principal at CVMS, and Miss Sarah Sparhawk, assistant principal at CVMS, to say some nice things about Miss Ald.
So, I'll just say, Greg Thetford for the record. It's one of those things where sometimes you run into situations where you get lucky. And for me, getting the job this year, I lucked into a good spot. When I met Miss Ald, it was one of those things where you could tell by our classroom. It was interesting because the kids are paying attention. There's a lot of interesting things going on, very engaged kids. On top of her also looking for ways to support the school outside of the classroom. What I mean by that is she coaches our 8th grade girls basketball team as well. That's one of those things where no matter what she does, there's a lot of dedication, a lot of time put in, because you don't show up and just be good, or at least I've never seen that happen before. So for her to get to the point where she's gotten to, where she's recognized, I think the last statistic I heard was we have roughly 20,000 plus teachers in the state of Nevada. To be one of 4 finalists, that says a lot, because there was a lot to choose from. There was a lot to look at and go, man, because when you consider there's 20,000, there's some really good ones out there. The good part for me is to know that at CVMS, in our history department, we got one of the best. And I'll tell you, the whole department is really, really good. But it's one of those things where they feed off of each other, and she kind of leads that charge in making sure that our kids are getting the best. So it's definitely great and reassuring from my standpoint that she's with us, because I promise you there are other options out there. So, Ms. Brock, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, no. He said both of us, right?
Both of
There
you,
you go.
both of you, and I have one more thing to add when you're finished.
Right. I would like to add in that one of my daughters had her as well and came home excited every day about what was happening in social studies. So really growing a passion for our students in social studies is important. And I definitely have seen that over the past couple of years. So thank you for what you do. Keep it up.
I'll talk about the first 2 interactions. Well, the first interaction I had with Miss Ald, my son is a 6th grader at CVMS. We're new to Nevada, and Miss Ald, she helped lead the charge for taking every 6th grader at CVMS to the Nevada State Museum. And I had the opportunity of being a chaperone, and the way that she organized the trip, focused, some instructional activities on the kids around Nevada State history. It was remarkable. It was such a great experience. And just as a parent and a superintendent to go on that field trip with the kids, it was definitely a long-lasting memory that I will keep with me, as I got to interact with my own son, but also the other 6th graders. So thank you for doing that. Recently, I had an opportunity to go support CVMS while Mr. Thetford and Ms. Barhock were at a conference with kids. And I walked into Miss Ald's classroom, and she was draped in a judicial gown, holding trial in her class with her 6th grade students and banishing kids. And, yeah. Yeah, so that was powerful. Lots of laughter, lots of fun in her classroom. Thank you for showing up every day. Thank you for what you do for kids. We appreciate you, and you deserve this honor. Thank you. We need to get a picture really quick. So if administration can come up.
Just take a 5-minute recess.
Yeah. We back from recess?
Yes, we're back
Yeah.
from recess.
Queued us up? Okay, great. Okay, next up for special recognition, we'd like to invite Leadership Douglas County to present an update on the Smash Hunger fundraiser.
Thank you so much for coming to the lake. We appreciate it. No worries, but you just push the little button. There you
Okay.
go. Wonderful. Perfect. Thank you.
So we'll just do. Oh, sorry. Okay, so I'll just do a quick introduction. My name is Kayla Ratliff. I'm Coral Lopez.
Josh Rudelbach.
And we're with Leadership Douglas County. And if you're not aware of what Leadership is, it's a year-long program with the Carson Valley Chamber of Commerce, where we get a backdoor into all things Douglas County. It has been an incredible experience for us. We have seen some things within this county that maybe people growing up here their whole lives haven't seen. It gives you a passion for the community, and we're just really excited for what we're about to share with you guys today. So a part of our assignment is to have a group project. And as we were discussing what to do within the community, our heart was really on kids. We also recognize that there's a food scarcity issue within the valley, and there's a lot of great programs benefiting children after school, but it's that midday meal or breakfast where that's unaccounted for. As you guys are aware, that free lunch program was cut by the Department of Agriculture this last school year, and it was brought to our attention that our kids need help. And we recognize that rather than relying on outside resources, why not try to do something within the community with the people that you know? So we hosted the Smash Hunger Pickleball Tournament, and it was a smashing success, if you will. We had so much fun partnering with so many various organizations, and I'm going to pull out my phone here because I don't want to forget anybody, because it wouldn't have been possible without our co-sponsor, Carson Valley Health. They contributed so much in terms of resources. And we also partnered with Carson Valley Chamber of Commerce, the Douglas County Community Services Department that allowed us to use the pickleball courts. If any of you are familiar with pickleball, those courts are hard to gather. So we were really fortunate with that. The 2030 Club, the Rotary Club, and so many more that you'll find on the back of the t-shirt.
All our sponsors are on the back of the shirt.
So it was just really cool to see how the community came together. And we wanted to present you guys with a check today. But before I do, any other items?
You're fantastic.
Okay, all right. I know you guys are on the edge of your seat. So we'd like to we'd like to present you all a check for $11,356.18 going to the Angel accounts for Douglas County.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Everybody.
So board, if you want to stand up in the back here.
And I just had to say, I went to that event on that Saturday and it was wonderful. It was a fun time. There were tons of people there and just thank you. It was a great time.
I think it's really awesome that Ender started really promoting our Angel account, and it just is the momentum just keeps going. So thank you so much for helping to contribute to that. We really appreciate it. All right. Anything else for special recognition?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Then we will move on to our CVMS presentation. Thank you, Mr. Thetford and Ms. Sparhawk, for coming.
We've got 3 minutes, right?
Yep.
All right,
That's
very
all you
good.
get.
So we will-
You better race through really fast.
Yeah, we'll give you 15 to 20.
But we're gonna be dinging you at about 20 minutes. Okay.
That's okay. So
Just
hopefully it won't
kidding.
take 20 minutes. I hope, but we'll see what happens. All right, so
We're teasing you.
I get the same thing at home, so you're talking too much. Stop. So all right. So first of all, welcome. We're glad to be here. This is good afternoon, members of the school board. I'm Dr. Greg Thetford, principal at Carson Valley Middle School.
And I am Miss Sarah Sparhawk, Vice Principal of Carson Valley Middle School.
We really just appreciate the opportunity to present today. It's one of those things where anytime we get to talk about our school, we definitely enjoy that. We think some good things are happening. So it's exciting for us. So
Absolutely. So today we're going to provide an overview of how we are owning our journey. So if you guys hadn't heard, that's kind of like our theme, our mantra for this year, and guiding CVMS to be one of the top middle schools in Nevada.
So currently, when you look at U.S. News and World Reports, we're number 78 of 319. Now, this includes every school, every middle school. It's academies, it's charter schools, and other public middle schools. But our thoughts are, when you get down to it, we're competing against everyone. So our kids, when they go from middle school to high school to the workforce, they don't look at you and go, did you go to a public school, an academy, a charter school, did you go to? So and the way we view this is we're competing to be the best, and it's not just the best public middle school, but it's the best middle school in the state of Nevada. That's kind of our goal. We'll see what happens at the end of this year. There's a little quote there. I really like quotes, maybe too much. It says, your journey is not the same as mine, and my journey is not yours, but if we meet on a certain path, maybe we encourage each other. Yeah, it's one of those things where we realize every middle school child is on a different journey. They're not all the same. I can promise you that. This is year 23, and I've not seen many kids that have the same journey. But our job is to encourage them and help them get from point A to point B in the best way we can. So.
All right, and our vision and our mission for CVMS is really to equip students with knowledge and skills necessary to survive in the future. We know that what our students are going to see even tomorrow is different than what we've ever endured. So our vision is to empower them and truly to give them those necessary tools and to take some ownership of their learning journey, think critically, develop the capacity to solve the complex problems of tomorrow that we know that they're going to face. Similar to him liking his quotes, the one that you guys will see up there on the right, it is better to have lived one day as a tiger than 1,000 years as a sheep. And I think that speaks volumes to the type of students we want to see come out of CVMS. All right, in a celebration, and we're going to start off with a celebration. We bridged that gap, and we are currently now a 3-star school. I believe that's definitely worth celebrating. We believe that with the continued work through our teachers and our students, truly, because really they're the ones earning those stars up there, that we could be looking at a 4-star school within the next 2 years with the appropriate, grit given to our students and our teachers. We're moving there.
Current status and achievements, using accelerated reader. We're in year 2 of that implementation. It's crazy because what happens is this is not a top-down initiative. This is one of those things that the teachers went to the school librarian, so we want kids to read more. They said we can do this, and they said, well, how do we fund it? And they said, well, we'll do a fundraiser, which you'll hear more about fundraisers in a little bit. But it's one of those things where the teachers and the students are the ones that generated the funds for this. It didn't come out of district budget. It didn't come out of our SOP budget. And this year we did have to kick in a little bit to support it. But we believe in it enough that that it's that important. It's roughly $6,000 this year to cover every kid, but we definitely saw growth. We're using iReady as well. iReady is a math program. It finds gaps, and then you do the program, and it's supposed to fill those gaps. Like a lot of programs, it does its job if you use it. It's like a tool. Like if you got a screwdriver and you don't have a screw to screw in a piece of wood or something, it's not going to help you. If you use the tool, then it's great. So next year, we do plan to utilize Leader in Me. We'll talk more about that in a little bit as well, just to ensure all of our students are prepared to be leaders going forward. And then discipline has also seen a drastic drop from last year to this year. Like I said, I'm going to go back to Leader in Me for just one second. When I was looking this up, over 6,000 schools use this globally. So it's one of those things with Leader in Me. It's in all 50 states and over 70 countries. So it's one of those things where we're excited about that because we think it's going to give our kids a leg up. And then kind of go back to discipline, we have seen a drastic drop, and we'll talk more about that in a minute as well.
All right, our key metrics. This is kind of exciting news. So first of all, if you guys look at that center portion where we're talking about our SBAC scores, from last year to this year, we've seen a pretty dramatic increase. So from 38.4% proficient to 53. That's huge. And what that means is that our teachers and our students are doing the work. We've got some good stuff going on, and we're going to keep on that positive trajectory as far as moving forward with our students. And that could be a testament to something like AR, where students are reading more, and that shows in our ELA scores. Furthermore, we did see, we saw an increase in math, not as much as we would like, but we did see an increase. And I think that's also important to note, that our kids are growing. Our kids are showing some positive stuff. We have our enrollment numbers up there. Our enrollment last year was around 590. We're 43%. We are 43 more students this year than we had last year. That's huge. People want to come to Carson Valley Middle School. And I think that's really important, and we take pride in knowing that it's a destination. Furthermore, our attendance rates. This was our average for last year, 93.7%. Currently, 9 weeks in, we're at 95.3. So again, students are still coming to school. It is a place kids want to be.
Strategic initiatives. First and foremost, accelerated reader in terms of keeping that. So I got reading glasses, so if I'm looking at my notes and I got to look up there to see it, so nothing like getting older, and it's tricky to say the least. So, implementation of accelerated reader, we're in year 2. Our objective is to have kids that are readers to help all subject areas. So when we say reading, a lot of times that's equated to English. Like it's like, wow, they're reading for their English class. Well, not really. The comment was made earlier about science. So it's one of those things where in math and social studies, if our kids can read better and can comprehend better, I think we'll start to see that number grow as well. We went through a phase where we didn't read as much. We just kind of slacked off and just said it must not be as important, but it is. It was very successful last year. You contribute that to almost 15% jump, which is pretty much unheard of, at least in my 23 years of doing this. As far as reading goes, I put a little graph in there, which countries read the most. We're number 23, and when you look at the United States of America, and we kind of question why the countries are getting ahead of us, but other countries are reading more than us. They're hitting the books. They're reading fictional and non-fictional. They're reading brochures and pamphlets. And we also know, too, that if you can't read, life's going to be a struggle. It's a struggle for people that are illiterate, and that's what we're trying to prevent. So why are we using AR? Well, that's a good question because we pay a lot of money for it. So it's important to understand why we're using it. Will you flip that slide for me? So first of all, it encourages independent reading. So students are choosing books at their own level and their own interest. It helps build motivation and ownership of learning. So if a kid comes in and says, I want to learn more about dirt bikes, or if a kid comes in and says, I want to learn more about sports, I want to learn more about science, or I want to learn more about hydroponics. We have a hydroponics lab. We find ways to make sure we get those books in their hands so that way they're reading. That way they're engaged. It appeals to them. Personalized growth. Teachers assess each student's reading level through the MAP scores. They provide text. I had a kid in my office a couple of days ago. I said, what reading level are you on? He said, I'm on a 5.3. So the kids know their reading levels and they choose books accordingly. They then take quizzes and they get that feedback that says, yes, you gained what you needed to gain from this. Same kid, when I asked him, I said, have you taken a test yet? He said, yeah, I have. So what did you get? He said, well, I got a 30%. So it tells him that he didn't read the book enough with understanding to make sure that he gets what he needs out of it. They also set goals, and it improves comprehension. It also supports a school-wide culture of literacy. And what we see is if we're going to support something, and it's every teacher, it's not just one teacher, it's not just English teachers, but it's every teacher emphasizing reading and the importance of it. And one of the teachers shared this graph with me of why I read 20 minutes at home. You can see if a student reads 20 minutes per day, it's 3,600 words per school year. 3,600 minutes per school year, 1.8 million words is what they're going to read. And it sounds like a lot because the student that reads one word is going to read 8,000 words per year. Huge difference. Even when you look at test scores and how that equates, a student that reads is going to score better. I think that's evident based on our English scores. I would like to think that our math scores this year will go up, maybe not to equal proportions, but we'll still see a rise in our math scores as well.
And our second initiative is to look at the behavior. We made a goal. We were asked to make a goal for our school at the beginning of the year. It's our WIG, so our wildly important goal. And we chose to look at behaviors and how we can help decrease behaviors on campus. Our goal is to decrease it by 25%. So if you look at the progress that we've made in the first, I believe we made this probably a week ago. So in the first 8 weeks of school, we've had 32 office referrals compared to last year when we had 73. So we're already seeing a decrease in our discipline referrals to the front office. We want to improve it based on those categories that you guys see on the right. If we have students that respect each other, we recognize positive behaviors, we reward positive behaviors, we reinforce it with positive things, build positive relationships with our students, we're going to see results. And already starting off the year with that, we have already seen great gains. Moving forward with looking at improving behavior, our students are now talking about how to make our school a better place. We had our leadership last week attend a Justin's Renaissance rally that is really zoned around looking at positive behaviors and building a culture of supporting each other. And that's really where those words at the previous slide came from. They attended the conference. They came back really excited and energized about bringing it back to school and what it looks like. The tree that you guys see on that is it's the hello tree, and it's how everybody supports. Every student made a handprint, wrote something positive on it, and then it's for everybody else to experience. So if we're seeing these positive things around school, kids are less likely to have negative behaviors and also know that they have contacts, tools, people to access on campus. So our leadership group, our students, are really crucial in implementing some positive change.
The third strategic initiative is how do we cultivate an atmosphere and practice of leadership? Our goal is to do this through Leader in Me. Implementation will begin 26-27 to help students develop leadership, responsibility, and life skills they need to thrive academically, socially, and personally. It's how can we help our kids get a leg up? You know, it's one thing to be smart. It's one thing to come out and know stuff. It's another thing to come out and be a leader. It's also progress. Right now we're working with teachers to ensure this is the direction we need to go. The impact is this will develop the whole child. And what we hope is, and at least what they've shown is it fosters leadership, ownership, and life-ready skills while still supporting strong academic growth. So why Leader in Me? That's a very good question. First of all, it's to empower every student to recognize their potential and their practice leadership in their own lives, classrooms, and community. It's interesting because as I was working through this, I got to thinking that it's not just about students, but it's as a school as a whole. In other words, we talk about 7 habits of highly effective people or teens or Leader in Me, which focuses on that. The idea is it helps people. It's not just a student. It's not just a kid, but it also empowers other people. And that's why the one picture here says empowerment, because all that stuff resonates with being empowered. All that stuff, it's what it comes from. So our goal is to integrate the 7 habits of highly effective people to create a safe, inclusive environment where students see themselves not just as learners, but also as leaders, where they're stepping up with ideas and coming to us and saying, how can we make our school better? How can we make this a better place to be? And also to strengthen connections between academics, SEL, and character development. So when they leave middle school, they're prepared for what happens next. And it's a mind shift. It's a mindset shift is what we're looking at. I was, the other day I saw a video as Ray Lewis was talking. Ray Lewis played for the Baltimore Ravens. What Ray Lewis said was, and I wrote it down to make sure I get this right. I did modify it some. A lion is not the biggest animal in the jungle, the elephant is. It's not the fastest, the cheetah holds that honor. It's not the smartest either, the chimpanzee is the smartest. But a lion's mentality makes it the king of the jungle. So how can we create that mentality in our kids where I may not be the biggest, the fastest, or the smartest, but I'm going to come out as the leader? Because for us, when we empower our kids and we put that mindset there that I can do it, that I can make it happen, we feel like with Leader in Me, with those 7 habits of highly effective people, that we're going to see great things happen. Next up, upcoming goals and priorities. We've got 3. We'll go through these as well. Goal number 1 is the WIG. Goal number 2 is how we're going to use PLCs, and goal number 3 is our MTSS Tier 1.
All right, I get to talk about goal 1, and I kind of already mentioned it with reducing our discipline by 25% from last year. One of the things that we've already done, our action plan that we've put into place, is we've already had some assemblies. Next week, we're going to hold an academic assembly for each of the grade levels for both proficiency levels in SBAC. So the students, all of our students that have met proficiency in math and English will be recognized, and attendance and first quarter grades. So really boosting your hard work is paying off. If you came to campus, what you would see is you would see all of our teachers in the hallways. So we know that by having an adult presence, students are less likely to act like, I call them yahoos. So they're less likely to act up, right? There are teachers on duty as soon as students step off the bus. So we have these beautiful bright orange vests that we wear. So they can't question, they know who to go to if something happens that they have a concern about. So hopefully we're creating a safe environment both for students and for staff, so everybody knows people are around. I said the ones with that. Academic rallies that we're having next week. It's really important for us to build that positive culture so students know that the good things that they're doing, even the one that's not going to be your star athlete, is being recognized for the good things that kids are doing in hopes of reducing the discipline.
Goal number 2 is PLCs. Really want to make sure we're empowering teachers, develop PLCs around data. We've already had several PLCs on our early release days. These focused around behavior, grades, pacing, interventions. If you go to a PLC conference, what they call it is kids shouldn't have to play teacher roulette. What that means is I want this teacher because they're easier. I want this teacher because I like them. In other words, if we're teaching and we're teaching at a high level with a lot of rigor, and we're assuring students are at the forefront of what we do, then all of a sudden we see teachers that are teaching to content, not for likes. It's not about what kids like you or don't like you. It's more about, are we teaching in a way where the kids are getting the most out of the class? And I feel like at this point, it's continual adjustments. I had a teacher come up to me 2 weeks ago and say they needed some time to work on their goals, which is great. Another one came up last week, said, as an English department, we need time to work through some new curriculum we've got. So what we're seeing is that empowerment piece where teachers are coming to us and saying, hey, is there a way where we can have time for this? Because it's going to benefit kids. If we all know what we're doing, we're all on the same page, then all of a sudden our kids know that we're all working together. And that's the ultimate goal. We definitely listen to teachers' needs because we feel like they're kind of the driving force. Actually, they are the driving force, and then the kids are the driving force behind the teachers. And as we listen to their needs and we help meet their needs, we're going to have a better system that works better for everyone.
And our third goal is the implementation with fidelity of MTSS Tier 1. So this is the idea of reaching the 80 to 90% of our campus, of the students on our campus. We have formed a committee, and we are currently going through the training to implement this more widely across CVMS. We had utilized PBIS rewards last year And overwhelmingly, I feel like it was successful. So we're gonna step it up a little bit. So PBIS Rewards is again rewarding students for positive behaviors on campus where they're awarded digital points. They can in turn use those points to purchase things from our Tiger Shack. We've got CVMS swag, some events that they can get into as well. So making sure that they have those opportunities. And that's really what this team is looking at how is it that we can continue to boost those positive behaviors while lowering the discipline. We will have MTSS walkthroughs in classrooms to just kind of see how teachers are implementing it, how it is that we can help support teachers in the implementation moving forward. And of course, analyzing how it is that we're doing along the entire way, because we know there's going to be some adjustments that are needed throughout the year.
So the next one's challenges and solutions, and I didn't remember which version I sent, because one just said solutions. Because I can tell you in 23 years of doing this, there's always challenges, but the goal is to figure out what the challenge is and figure out what the solution is. I really only could come up with two. First of all is funding. Several of our programs require financial support to operate effectively. I do feel like that falls back on us to an extent, to review the budget, see where cuts can be made, see what grants are available, try to find ways to help teachers get what they need. We're definitely looking at the budget on a continual basis and seeing what's been allotted and why. Trying to get that funding piece down. Teachers as well, seems like filling all teaching positions continues to be a challenge. We just don't have teachers coming out of college like we used to have. Our goal, though, is to foster a positive environment where teachers feel like they're part of the community, where they don't feel like it's a job where I'm just getting a check, where I'm just earning my money. That how do you make that where teachers genuinely feel like they belong, like I'm part of this? And that's our goal. And we feel like we're getting there. We feel like the teachers that we talk to, like they enjoy coming to work. They enjoy being there. So it is interesting though, as I was looking through this, I thought about Mark Twain for some reason. I don't know why, but I did. And one of the quotes Mark Twain had was, I'm in favor of progress. It's the change that I don't like. And I feel like that's kind of where we're at. Like we want to progress and get better. But then when you say we got to change to do that, that's where people start backstepping and going, well, I don't want to change. But obviously when our settings change, like funding or the amount of teachers we get, then we have to make those changes. And sometimes those changes that are most uncomfortable to us as adults benefit kids the most, because we have to get out of our comfort zone of doing things the same way we've always done it. And I feel like a lot of times in education, again, this is year 23 for me, we find spots where we've done things the same way. When you ask someone, why do you do it this way? It's like, well, we've always done it that way. Why would we change? Well, because we have to get better. So that's it's a Mark Twain quote for you. Mark Twain days are coming up. So.
All right, and that leads us to the request from the trustees. So the things that we were looking at is support, continued support from the trustees for electives. We have a great support system through CTE programs at Douglas High School that is trickling down into the middle school, and that's great. Those are engaging our students, and we really appreciate that continued support. And also patience. As he said, we're a work in progress. There's going to be some pivots along the way. So making sure that you understand we're balancing and we're getting to a better place. So.
The last one there, seek to understand. There's a lot of good things going on at CVMS, and a lot of times you don't always hear the good stuff. And then you hear stuff and you don't ask the why. As human beings, we don't ask the why, but there's a why behind everything we do. We don't do stuff just willy-nilly, as we say back home. So there's a why behind everything we do. There's a reason for everything we do, and we try to be very intentional in how we do things. And so as we do these things, if you ever ask us, if you ever have a question, just give us a call, stop by, say, why are we doing this? And I can promise you there's a why, and if there's a not, then we need to ask ourselves, why are we doing it? Because if we don't know why we're doing it, then maybe we should look at that and maybe go back to Mark Twain and get a little bit uncomfortable and figure out why we're doing what we're doing. So in closing, just a few things here. The summary, I'm not going to read the summary. I'll just skip that part. Call to action. We appreciate your continued support and guidance as we move forward with our initiatives and work toward achieving our goals, and that R definitely includes y'all as well. We firmly believe that we're a part of the community. We're not an island. We get kids from elementary school High school gets kids from us in Powaloo, and it's a community that works together. So we definitely appreciate y'all's support in reaching our goals, which is our goals as a collective unit. Thank you for your time and continued support. We're happy to answer any questions you might have that we have answers for.
Thank you very much for coming. Ms. Dickerson, did you have a question?
I just want to say that was really thoughtful. I just loved listening to it. Sounds like really good stuff.
Thank you.
It's wonderful. Thank you for your presentation.
Oh, I turned it off. Does anybody else have any questions?
I just
Ms.
wanted
Jansen?
to say, as a longtime middle school teacher, that I'm anxious to come and see the progress, and I'm only hearing good things. And thank you for an excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller?
So I wrote down some thoughts. Congratulations on 3 stars. What was your prior year?
So we were 2 stars before, and we were, I think, about 2.5 points off.
Okay.
Um,
So you know what the point increase was as well between last year, this year?
So I don't know what the point increase was. I know we were 2.5 points away from a 3-star school. And looking at the achievements from the year before, almost every school in the area, including Reno schools, dropped. I've not compared us to other schools at this point in terms of what our star rating, what other schools have done. Only the fact that ours went up.
Okay. Also, you talked about on some of your stats, you talked about 21 electronic devices versus 44. What electronic devices were you talking about?
So this year, so it's cell phones. We have a pretty strong policy from whenever you get off the bus or you get out of your car, the cell phone goes off until 2:11 when you leave. We really believe that's what tells a lot of problems, because when kids get to school in the morning, that's when the phones start coming out and they start texting people. They said this about me last night or whatever, and they have that. And so we take phones up. So a lot of those are first offenses. We maybe have had 3 that have had more than 1 offense. So you figure out at 44, if we've had 41 kids that now understand that I can't use my cell phone when I'm at school. Next year it goes into law. The law is written kind of awkwardly, I will say. In my opinion, I'm not a legal guy, but I think the law states that you can use it. It has to be put away during instructional time unless approved by a teacher. But we also know too that cell phones are very distracting. It's one of those things where there's a lot of states in the country that are going to complete cell phone bans at school, making it illegal to use them. And what we see is there's a decrease in the other disciplinary areas because they're not using cell phones now. There are some exceptions, and I will put it that way. I had a teacher come to me. There's a game, Royale or something. I don't know what it is. I mean, I play Wordle. So beyond that, it's out of the scope of what I'm good at. That and Mario Kart. So for me, it's some math game that you can play, which helps kids engage and also learn math skills better. So for something like that, we definitely give teachers permission to do that. So it's not a hard, you cannot use cell phones. If it's going to be for instructional purposes, we're okay with that. But it needs to be under the guidance of a teacher saying, okay, we're going to have a group, we're going to play this together and go on that route. So that's the technology devices that we're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, no, I wasn't sure when it just said devices. I wasn't sure if you were talking about potentially like vaping devices or cell phones or things like that. So it just said devices. So I just wanted a little bit more clarification. Thank you.
I can speak that that's actually working, because every day when my daughter gets out of the car, the last thing she does, pulls her phone up, puts it on airplane mode, and then shoves it in her backpack. I can't be seen with this. So it's working. So thank you.
Very good.
It's what we want, right? Yes. Yeah.
This is so great. Well, and I intended to stick the name of the state in my bag, just to have it should this ever come up. But there's a state that has a ban on cell phones. They put them in a pouch. So it has increased library book checkouts by something like 27%. And the librarians are just going, what is happening? That is wonderful. So I'm just so happy to see that. Thank you.
Thank you. And with the technology, we swung so far to being technology driven that now we're having to reverse that and figure out how can we get away from technology, especially because some of the other jobs that I run into and do, you see these younger people and they're so attached to their cell phone, that they can't do the job that they're being paid to do. It's like, how can we get you away from your cell phone so you can actually work and do stuff? And it's like, well, if I put my cell phone down, what am I going to do? I said, maybe work. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we can start there and go from there. So.
I have a question for you. How many classes do we have long-term subs in?
So currently we've got 2 right now. We just hired a lady that's going to start after the break. Then we'll have 1 long-term sub, and that will be it. That long-term sub is working on an ARL. So I'm not, we've had conversations with him. I'm not sure he's going to work on the ARL in his area, like the one that he's going to be teaching. But we have encouraged him to do that. Super bright young man, does a great job, works well with kids. But after the break, we'll have one long-term sub, and that's it. With the goal being next year, we won't have any.
What subjects are they in?
So currently, the long-term sub is teaching social studies. We've hired a lady that will start. I actually hired her from, it's down from Vegas. It's Pinecrest and Spiridia, which is odd because I only know that because it's the number 2 middle school in the state, which was a good hire. And when we interviewed her, I mean, everything was very positive. References checked out, hated to lose her, but she's from here and wanted to get back up here for some family reasons. The other one is he will be in math. So right now with that long-term sub, she's teaching 1 math class, but right now we've got other teachers that are teaching the math classes. So we actually have certified teachers teaching every math class except for 1. Once we put the long-term sub in there, we're going to pull those classes out because that way the teachers are exhausted. It's one thing to teach like an innovations class or a PE class. It's another thing when you're teaching a math class that you really have to focus on. So we're going to pull that out, but he will have a lot of support in terms of teaching. And like I say, he relates really well to kids, which is great. And he's super bright. So.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you
and
guys. We appreciate all y'all do.
joining us.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Sarah.
Oh, I keep turning my microphone off. At this time, we will go to agenda item number 5, our health insurance plan. Miss Dwyer and Leanne and I know your name. Oh my gosh.
Carrie Stack.
Harry, thank you.
So in Douglas County, we're self-insured. We have a self-insured insurance plan. So we have a PPO and a HSA. The HSA is a qualified high deductible plan. So what we have is we have an advisory committee that meets 10 times a year, almost monthly, just not in the summer and in December, right? Okay. Leanne Karras is our our benefits and risk coordinator, and she's very good at what she does. She's been doing this a long time, so I look at her a lot to verify information because there's so many things to remember. Anyways, so with our plan, we have this advisory committee. Our advisory committee is made up of 3 representatives from our teachers union, 1 representative from our bus drivers union, 1 representative from our classified union, and 1 representative from DCAA, which is our administrative union. And then I'm there, obviously, as the district. Melinda comes as the board representative, listens and asks great questions and takes lots of notes. And then we have Leanne, and Leanne's our board, our secretary, who takes all the notes and minutes and makes sure that our meetings are posted and everything's accounted for. So this advisory committee advises the board to make decisions about our plan. And so today, Mr. Fromdahl was going to try to come. He's our principal at Minden, but our students are at camp and he doesn't have Wi-Fi access. So that's a good thing, right? So Carrie and Leanne are going to present the changes that we're recommending and tell you a little bit about the health of our plan.
All right, so my name is Carrie Stack, and I am here tonight to present recommendations from the Healthcare Advisory Committee for the 2026 plan year. So Jeannie already went over who the members of the plan, the member of the committee are, but I also wanted to let you know that there are representatives from Hometown Health, who is our third-party administrator, and LP Insurance, who is our insurance broker for the district. I would also like to recognize and thank Board President Melinda Knighting for attending our meetings and seeing us in action. The committee does meet monthly. Jeannie went over the different responsibilities of the plan, but I wanted to touch on the fact that we also review bids from plan administrators and health insurance carriers when the committee deems it appropriate. So this has been a practice of ours for many years, and this seems to come up every single year with the rising healthcare costs. So we've now done this activity every other year for probably 8 years that I've been on the committee. So each year, the committee is tasked with making recommendations to the board, and the discussions that we have are often very difficult. We know that the recommendations that we make are going to affect everybody in the district. We know that the recommendations are going to affect every single one of our colleagues, and this year was no different. LP Insurance presented some information to us earlier in the year, and they said we were going to need to increase our plan revenue by 15.63%. That's a healthy amount of money. That turns into $1,443,000. That, I will quote Mr. Lloyd, who is our part of LP Insurance, and he always would say to us, we don't have a claim problem, we have a revenue problem. So you do have a copy in your board packet of the proposed benefit changes, and we use the information that LP Insurance provides us to start as a starting point for us to have these discussions so that we can look at the changes that we need to make to keep our plan afloat and remain self-funded, because it's really important that we remain self-funded. Our goal as a committee is always to be fiscally responsible while recognizing the needs of our employees, our plan, and Douglas County School District. That's really important to us as a group. The changes that we are recommending equate to a revenue increase of about 14.6%, which is about $1.3 million. The projected shortfall is estimated to be about $131,000, or 1% of that amount that LP Insurance is looking for. With luck and a good claims year, we're going to keep our fingers crossed that we're going to be right on the money. That's all I have for you today. If you have questions about what is on here, we have the HSA option on one side and the PPO on the other side.
Ms. Knighting?
Okay, first of all, I want to thank the committee. It's been very eye-opening. I'm just kind of a fly on the wall and I listen a lot. With these changes, there is over $1 million that is going to be coming from the school district out of general fund, or maybe not general fund anymore. If we approve this going forward with because the new rate would be $950 for us, that's over $1 million from our budget. My question is that going to be now standard for every year that the district is responsible for that?
Because that is going to help increase the revenue flow that we're short. So instead of putting a Band-Aid on it every year and adding the $1 million from the general fund, we're now making that change permanent.
And my question is that something that's negotiated through the unions, or are we voting? So are we voting on that tonight to approve this?
The recommendation.
The recommendation of an extra $1 million every year to our health fund.
Yes. It's actually a little bit more than $1 million, but it comes out to about $117 per employee per month.
Yeah, I did the figures with the latest numbers, and yeah, a little over $1 million. And then just just so that the whole board is aware, how much percentage was by the change to our employees' contributions, what percentage did that turn out to be that is taken care of through the increase to deductibles, co-pays, and other things?
Do we have that?
Is that the number you just read?
No. So she's asking about the changes that we went in the increases. Do we have a percentage there?
I'm trying to remember if we talked about that piece. The increase to the employee contribution was the lion's share of that percentage of the 14% total increase.
Well, it's,
But
I
the
mean,
little increases were small percentages
So-
of that.
so,
Last year, the dependents took a heavy hit. We increased our dependent premiums by 20% last year. That was a big hit. We decided as a group that it was best to kind of spread out. We still have to make small changes, but this big change that was discussed in negotiations was able to bring that rate and help instead of putting that Band-Aid on it every year.
and I'm guessing that the changes resulted in around $300,000 in changes from
Yeah.
those little things everywhere. And then in the addition to the million point,
Yeah,
you know,
that brings it down to
26,000 something.
1,440,000.
Okay.
One,
I just wanted to be sure that the rest of the board members understood exactly what we're voting on and how that works out.
Who else has questions?
You say it's a revenue problem, not a claims problem. Those feel like one and the same to me. Why do we need more money if it's not a claims problem?
well, Mrs. Dwyer and Leanne can attest to the fact that we went through, probably before I joined the committee, we went through 8 or 9 years where no changes were made. And I don't think that that was fiscally responsible. So years prior, no changes were made. We didn't increase the amount that the district paid until the year before last. But there were no changes made and healthcare went through the roof and premiums were still going up.
So I can
we were
speak to
able
that.
to sustain, but every year we started being about $1 million in the hole. And that was because we weren't bringing in like a checkbook. If you're not bringing in enough money in revenue, then the money's going to go away faster. And we did have an increase to the rate that the district put in, I think it was a little over a year and a half ago, so 2 years ago. But because of that long period, I think that was an error financially. We weren't able to catch up fast enough to the rising costs of healthcare.
And I've asked our consultants that exact question, and they said that our plan was very healthy. We were finishing each year with $3 million extra. And so we weren't making any changes because we could not predict the changes to healthcare and costs and administrative fees. And so I don't know that it wasn't fiscally responsible. We couldn't predict the future and we didn't know what was going to happen. Our plan was very healthy and we didn't make changes for many years. Now we're in a situation where our insurance plan is January through December, but we look at our plan in a fiscal budget year, which would be July through June. And so if we look at last year we brought in 10 million in revenue. We paid claims of 9 million and change. I'm just evening them off because I don't want to try to read these numbers. And then our admin expenses were about 1.2 million. And so we ended our fiscal year $126,000 in the negative with our claims. And so that's why we have to start making changes. And again, this committee's been in place for many, many years. And I would say Nate and Lloyd are probably the longest standing members of this committee. And they assure us that our plan used to be very healthy, but there's been a lot of factors out of our control, which is why it is why we have a revenue problem.
And just to be clear, if we went out to the marketplace for insurance for healthcare, we would be at the whim of the insurance companies. They often do that switch and bait move where they get you the first year and they say, oh, we're going to give you this great price per employee. And then the following year they jack up the rates, but we also have no control over the plan design. So these small things that we are increasing now, they could start taking away. They could say, okay, you have to pay extra for dental, you have to pay extra for vision, you have to do all these other things, and we're at their whim. We are one of the few self-insured plans, and us having the control over what's happening in the plan is much better for our employees in the district than it is to go out. We've gone through this exercise. Most of the insurance companies won't even look at us because we're so small. So they bring us back all this information about the bids. And they usually, I think they brought us back 2 bids this year, and
We actually, we're in January, so the board asked us to
yes.
have the committee consider looking at a fully funded insurance plan. And so we are in process of doing, I guess, like requests for quotes basically from insurance companies of what it would cost to be a fully funded, to have a fully funded plan for our employees. And so we will have more information for you coming at the beginning of the year. That work will start in January. They try to wait until the last possible minute so we can get as many of our claims in and paid. And because they look at us again and in a calendar year, not a budget year. So we are doing that work moving forward. Also, part of the work we did to determine these changes were we looked at all the surrounding counties, and by we I mean Leanne. Did research, and she looked into Elko has a self-funded plan, so she looked at Elko, she looked at Carson, Lyon, and Douglas, right? Those were the 4 comparables that we had. Yeah. And so in looking at our plan, we actually have a very good plan. We our costs are low, and they're not changing drastically from year to year.
And another part of the insurance plan is it is a marketing tool for us to retain and hire employees. So we have to look also at the HR side of it and say, in order to present for the best teachers and staff to come to the district, we have to have a healthy plan.
I would say, just to give you an idea of the last time we did the request for bids, we did I think it was 2023. We did fully funded and self-funded. We received several quotes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for self-funded. One company, Cigna, actually declined to quote, like, because they felt like they weren't going to be competitive. And the same, we did a fully funded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quotes. 2 of the 5 presented a quote because the other 3 felt they declined to quote because they were not competitive. So in the end, it ended up that we stayed with Hometown Health as a self-funded plan at that time because they actually offered the best option for us. So in this cycle in the spring, our brokers will do that again. They'll dip their feet in the fire and go out to bid for us and gather all that information, and they'll bring us back the quotes to determine if we want to stay, move on, switch to fully funded, stay self-funded, but they'll present a lot of that in the spring.
Where did those quotes hit in comparison to what we were paying at the time? So not, obviously not today's dollars and our last quote, but our last quote versus our last cost of self-insured year over year or same year.
I probably need more time to evaluate that on what I have.
Okay. Was it more? Was the self-insured less? And because
It's never less.
the self-insured is never less?
No, it's the marketplace. So
Yeah. So be careful,
Fully
because
funded is the-
I'm asking that for a particular reason.
Yeah.
So the marketplace, if we were no longer self-insured, would cost a substantial amount more than currently.
So what typically happens is they'll reel you in with a first year quote that's really great. And then when they realize that what we're paying them isn't going to cover our claims and our administrative fees, they slap us with a very steep increase.
So I understand that, but if this is $1 million a year, that is a revenue issue. If the first year is significantly less, isn't it similar in percentage, or could it be? I don't have a crystal ball, but we don't have a crystal ball on
No.
both accounts. So we don't have it on either, right?
No.
And so insurance costs certainly go up over time, assuming that there are more claims or that the cost of healthcare has gone up, and that's no different on the self-insured plan. But if one is significantly less than the other, or less, even if it's to draw you in, then the same could be said. There's negotiation tactics to keep it there, especially if it was an earner for the insurance company, because they're not going to want to get rid of a district that is earning them money. So I'm asking that because we're in quite the budget crunch. Obviously, as we know, there's been a lot of financial decisions that maybe have been poor or unseen, sight unseen moving forward. And so this is coming at really bad timing, which is nobody's fault. But, you know, it's if it's $1 million extra this year and it's $1 million next year, and we're also playing the same game, insurance companies are, like you said, increasing their rates year over year. So are we, right? In a self-insured. So as much as this is needed, and I understand that moving forward, it's something we certainly have to be on top of. I would request every year, not biannually, because of the circumstance we're in right now, cost-wise. And just to make another point, if we're talking about budget cuts and we're talking about retaining teachers, we're currently at a spot where we're not super concerned about retaining teachers just because of our budget crisis. In fact, obviously we want to keep the teachers we have, as many of them as we can, but we're in a huge budget crisis, and an increase like this only is going to, in my purview, eliminate some teacher positions. So.
I had Sue's explanation of the fact that the $1 million has been budgeted every year for the last 4 years. And by breaking it up into a monthly allotment like this, she said it was actually better for the district than putting the lump sum out of the general fund and transferring it every year as she's done. So the way she explained it to us was that this is better than the Band-Aid and putting the $1 million from the general fund every year, transferring it into the healthcare fund. Am I correct on that, Jeannie?
I have a question. When will these new rates take effect?
January 1.
January. Okay, so it's in January. It's not immediate or backdating, or because the whole fiscal year and calendar year, it just messes me all up. So
Carrie and Leanne, can you talk about the implications on each side of the decision that the trustees have to make today? So if they approve it, what are the implications? If they don't approve it, what are the implications of that?
Wow, that's a big question. If you approve it, then we are going to increase the amount. The $1 million will still go in this year, but starting January 1, the rate will go up. We will have a better revenue source to pay claims from. And the prediction from LP Insurance is that we're going to have a decent year next year. That's their prediction based off of past performance. So if we don't approve it, we're going to be deeper in the hole at the end of this year and moving through next year. We're not fixing any problems that we currently have with our plan. We're not going to add any revenue to the checkbook, basically to the account, to help pay for the premiums.
And I would only add that the 15.6% that they projected of a shortfall this year, that number rotates every year based on claims revenue. I've seen numbers as low as, I think I have one here, 4% increase needed. I've seen it as high as 40% increase needed. So it just adjusts. And
Are we making a 1-year determination, or is this in perpetuity, the decision we make today?
it stays. It's in perpetuity.
It's in
And if
perpetuity.
we
So,
decide to increase it again, I mean, I can tell you from experience, benefits typically never go down unless we were to get someone
Sure.
who would be willing to reduce our rates. But it will stay. And next year, about this time of year, the committee, I mean, we meet all year round except for the summer. We have this discussion again. Lloyd and Nate bring that information to us and say, okay, this year we're looking at, this is what your revenue shortfall is. So we have this discussion every year, and at that point decide what changes need to be made, if any. We'd really like to not have to do any.
so if we ended up with a surplus, then the discussion we'll be having next year is that we would maintain where we're at.
That's
But
ideal.
is there a discussion possibility about decreasing where we're at ever? Again, crystal ball in mind, the same in reverse. If we have a really good year and we have a giant surplus, is that something that would ever go down, or would we keep it where it is? And then second part of that question, if there is a giant surplus, where does that go? It stays in the healthcare, I'm sure. So That's my only hangup, is obviously we need this, but if a year from now, we're just keeping it the same and another year from now, I agree. I'm in the workplace. I know the rates continually go up. In the off chance we don't have a lot of claims, we're putting a lot of money into a fund that potentially doesn't need it, especially with declining enrollment and the number of teachers that we may or may not have, right? Percentage wise, that doesn't change. Hopefully, that would be person for person. But if there's a surplus of the money to start as teachers decline, as students decline, it never comes back. It just stays there.
There's always a discussion. If we had the opportunity each year we evaluate to lower, we could. I've never seen it happen.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
I mean, and in speaking, like, if you have less teachers that are using your insurance, maybe you have less claims. So, but then again, when you're not.
Or you might have the same number of claims because
but it's
healthy
also
teachers retire, or yeah,
it's less
exactly.
revenue because we're not putting the money in
Right.
that we're paying for the teacher. So it's
Yeah, it's totally that. I get it.
yeah.
Thank you.
And we've talked, Nate and Lloyd, they're wonderful and they've been doing this forever and this is what they do for a living. So they're very good at the advice that they give us. And this is why we have a whole committee of representatives meeting monthly to discuss this. And they said that, obviously we've kind of learned from history. We thought the health of our plan was great and we didn't make any changes for 9 years. And now look where we are. So they said, really, we should be making very small changes every year moving forward. So the other thing our committee is tasked with looking at is most plans, dependents fund the plan. And in our plan, employees fund the plan. And so that's something our committee is going to be tasked with looking at. So I anticipate us actually bringing bigger changes to you again next year at this time.
So even though they had a 20% increase last year, that'll probably be going up again.
When you look in comparison to us versus like Carson, they pay almost twice as much for their dependents than we do. And they put in about the same amount for their employees. Cause even though like Carson is fully funded, they still pay for their employees. But the other unique thing about us compared to Carson is that when you enroll your spouse, it includes your medical, your dental, your vision, and your prescription. When you enroll your spouse in Carson, you can do the medical, but you have to pay extra for the dental and the vision. So that's our closest ally. I believe it's the same with Lion, but I have to look at my sheet to be sure. But we're a full package. They piece part, and we could go to something like that if we wanted to. But the overall favor
Yeah,
is
I
to
think
have it.
I think that's something to visit because if we're talking about retaining teachers, Carson, I don't know the strength of retaining their teachers, but they clearly have teachers who are willing to participate in that program. And so if we're going to continually pull money from the general fund when we need it for other avenues, not just insurance, then I think we need to look into your exact scenario you just said where dependents cost more or the benefits aren't as good, unfortunately, because especially if we're comparing ourselves to Carson, to Elko, to these other districts, and our plan is amazing, but our revenue is the problem, then maybe the plan is too good.
Insurance is kind of the hidden thing that you don't really realize how valuable it is until you are comparing. And we have a really good plan. Honestly.
One more question. This will be the last one, promise. Just 2 for me. Do we have to maintain a certain threshold of employees to qualify for this plan? No. Okay.
No, for the record.
And we currently have 710-ish on the plan, but that also includes retirees. And so retirees actually pay their premium. So they'll pay the $950 or they were paying the $825. So we do not have that number of employees. So when you look at that number, you have to look at it as it's all the users, right? The employees, dependents, and retirees.
That also includes the swim center. So I bet most of you at the table, Jeannie now knows this, the swim center piggybacks on our insurance. So they have a handful of employees that are included in our revenue because what they do is they're in our coverage. And then they send Sue a check every month for the price of their employees and any employee plus dependents. It's only a handful, but they are also included in our bottom line number.
Do we have an analysis of their cost per just their employees, like not how much we're getting, but also what their claims are?
It's pretty minimal, I think.
So they're a benefit then technically to the cause. Okay.
I have a chance to look at claims sometimes and I don't see a lot of just broken down by PPO, HSA, and then cause they have a separate category. I don't see as much of theirs come across. So it's also my job to inform them when we're making these changes, so that they know what the rate changes are as well.
Also, Leanne works very closely with Sam from Hometown Health on educating our members. And so they look at a breakdown of cost for emergency room visits, for surgeries, which replacement surgeries, for example, are people going to Carson Tahoe? Are they going to Barton, or are they going to Rock? Right. And so one of the issues we had was we had a lot of people going to the Iron Horse emergency room thinking it was an urgent care, and we were being charged emergency room pricing, right? And so something they did was they started just sending out lots of information to our employees, letting them know that was an emergency room and not an urgent care. And so just little things like that, little big things like that. So we try to do education on where to go for a replacement surgery if you have an emergency. And we want to be very careful that we're not steering people to use a certain provider, but we just let them know the cost of using that provider. And so that's some of the work we're doing. And we're looking at a breakdown of costs for, we also do that with our prescription medicines too.
And we also do it with lab services.
Yes.
So Sam has been great, and she came to our forum this year. It was one of the most well-attended sessions of the day. And we're going to have her back. And we've also talked about having her go to different school sites when we have staff meetings so that she can educate everybody about the benefits of a simple change to using Teladoc, which is the telehealth system. Costs you $15. It costs the plan almost nothing for you to use that service versus going to the doctor or going to an urgent care or an emergency room should be for emergency purposes. But Teladoc is the best value out there. They do dermatology, they do any kind of illness, and they're great. And it's quick, efficient, and people are starting to use it a little bit more. But having Sam communicate all that out, and especially the labs, like the labs are drastically different if you use one provider versus another, and just getting people to understand the difference in the cost is helping the plan moving forward.
Ms. Miller?
So back to budget. When we're looking at our budget, have we already allocated the $1 million coming out when we're looking at our year budget
This year.
for this year?
Yes, Sue, for the last 5 years, plans to put $1 million into the self-insured
So
program.
that's not something that would be on top of potentially an already negative ending fund balance. We already have allocated these funds.
It's in the budget for this year to go in. But the change, making it permanent, would take that away, but it would provide basically the same amount of money, a little bit more per month per employee.
Okay. And then another odd question is there's been rumors that Hometown Health will no longer be available, that Kaiser has bought it out. Are you aware of that?
Who has bought it out?
Kaiser.
I'm aware. Yes, that Kaiser is supposed to be hand in hand with Hometown Health to start with. I actually had a conversation because my understanding is that Kaiser tends to be an HMO and we're a PPO. Can we still be a PPO, which is preferred if we, Hometown Health, I'm sure will put in a bid next year, and then 2027 is when they start hand in hand with Kaiser. But if we still want to be a PPO and we choose them, we can still be a PPO. So yes, there is truth to that. Kaiser is coming. I don't know that they're going to completely erase Hometown Health, but they are.
I believe it's going to take a little bit of a time frame.
Yeah, it won't be tomorrow.
No, it's not going to be as of this plan, but it might be next year as of this plan.
It's going to be longer than that.
We've asked and they said it's really too soon to tell. They plan on having a partnership, but they have no idea what's going to evolve and what it'll look like. So we're
Okay.
just going to watch it and
But we'll
ask
have
the
plenty of
question.
warning,
We-
correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
I
That's
just,
good.
like I said, it was something I'd heard.
But
and-
we asked them right away at our advisory meeting. We all wanted to know. We had the same question. Was alarming.
How does that affect our
Yes.
employees?
Yeah.
So, because Kaiser does not have a foothold in Nevada, so this would be their first one. So that was, I just wanted to see what that would look like for our employees.
Use your microphone. That's okay.
Are they planning on bringing Kaiser into Nevada? Because I used to have it in California, but I was aware it wasn't here. So they're going to be bringing it into Nevada. That's interesting. Thank you.
This would be their first foothold into
Mhm.
Nevada by acquiring Hometown Health.
Huh, that's,
We're a member of a small group, not small, a group called Nevada Business Group on Health. And Chris Severson leads them currently, and I actually I'm on their board. We are a group of self-funded employers. And that gives us bargaining power. So instead of us going out and trying to contract with Carson Tahoe and our pharmacy benefit manager on our own, we do this as a group. So like our contracting is tied to the group and less with just outside sources. It's actually very helpful for us. Now, granted, if we were to go fully funded, we wouldn't have that option anymore. But it's been helpful for us on the contracting side.
Ms. Knighting?
Can you speak to the benefit of making the 1 million permanent rather than a transfer each year?
I wish I could, as well as Sue does. She just says that instead of it being the 1 million transfer from the general fund, it will come from several funds. It'll be spread across funds, is the way she explained it to me. But I don't know exactly what funds. I'm not sure how she means. Is it like departmental funds or, facilities funds, transportation funds, right? Where the employees are? To do all department spread funds? I'm not exactly sure, but we can find out exactly what that means and tell you.
Okay. And then it was said that last year was the first time there's been an increase in 9 years. Is it? Sorry.
We started making increases about 4 years ago.
Well, I would say
Small
we were
increase.
transferring $1 million starting 5 years ago. So
Yeah.
we were obviously in trouble 5 years ago that we weren't funding our plan enough
We
5
had-
years ago.
We had made changes. They weren't enough to keep up with the revenue need.
Okay.
And
Starting in
the
about
cost of-
2020.
And the cost of healthcare and the increase in healthcare costs and administrative fees that we.
So when was the last time the 825 for the school district went up?
No, did
No.
last year we voted to increase the
Dependents.
Dependent costs.
dependents, right? Okay.
We started out at 575 per employee in 2012, and then it went to 585 in 2013. Actually did some research on this because I was curious myself. And it stayed at that 585 per employee from 2013 to 2019, and then in 2020 it went to 635, stayed there until 2022, went to 705, stayed there for 2 years, and then in 2024 it went to 825. It's there this year, and then it's another bump. And then dependents have also increased along the way.
How much of that has been the responsibility of the teacher? Zero? It's always the district pays
the
for it?
employee. They only pay for dependents if they have them on their coverage. So zero. As soon as we give them an option to pay any of it, they can opt out. So we pay for our employees. I mean, yes, there is a part, but that's your use pay. So your deductible, your co-payments, your co-insurance. So anybody who.
Yeah, I
uses
just mean the
teacher,
premium itself.
That's, we pay for them.
Any other questions?
Everything you want to know about insurance and more. It's exciting.
Oh, yes.
I see the glossed over look. It's common in my practice.
All right. Well,
I'm wondering, when is, we have until January, technically December meeting to approve this? No?
no.
Well, because I mean, we're missing, Melinda's question is a pretty good one, I think, regarding why the difference or why it helps and where that money's coming from. So that's a pretty decent hang up. Obviously, this is a great presentation. It just sounds like Sue isn't here or couldn't explain it well enough, but yeah,
Anybody
that's
wanna
a,
call her?
I mean,
You
a
wanna speak to
no,
that
a
or
no
we-
vote would insinuate we're going to have a
We-
approximate $1 million shortfall.
We have, no. We have open enrollment that starts November 1st. And so we
So
need
they
you to make a decision tonight. Yep.
So
However,
moving forward, how can we
if
get
it-
these sooner?
if-
So that we're not put on the spot, have to make a decision without potential answers.
So what's interesting about that is this actually is sooner. We typically have been made to wait until November, and then I have to run open enrollment in the last 2 weeks of November and in the first week of December. This is like amazing that we're here in October and I can do these things starting November 3rd. So what ideally we get as much claim information as possible for our brokers so they can evaluate what our shortfall will be. And we usually hit the ground running in August and start to begin a discussion. We had a discussion in August, September, and then we actually bumped our meeting up to October 7th, so that we could get the information into this meeting because we have to progress with open enrollment, unfortunately, because we have to give our employees the opportunity during open enrollment to say, you know, I have dependents. I'm going to put them on my spouse's coverage because it's cheaper, it's better, it's whatever, or I'm going to keep them on mine, or I'm going to take them off my spouse's and put them on our coverage. So we have to give them sufficient time. And on the backside of that, we have to have time to prepare what's the open enrollment file that I have to prepare and send to Hometown Health so they can process all that information in a timely manner, get new cards out to people if needed. Everybody's in the system so that everything's ready to go January 1.
So qualifying life events have to happen during open enrollment. So that's what she's talking about when you're talking about the adding and the subtracting of people on the plan. So if we don't do that, we're missing a federal
No,
regulation.
I get that. It's just we're missing some important information, I think. You know, if the old way is $1 million out of the general fund and that's what's budgeted, but the new way can't be explained for why it's a benefit, it's hard to approve it. That's all I'm saying.
I would love to be able to explain all that, but my side's the benefit side, not the money side. But maybe by next year I'll learn better and then I can answer all those questions.
I think you've done a great job. Just, you know. There's a reason we have many people involved, right? Because that way we don't have to know everything.
This is actually the longest I've sat at this table for
I
this
know.
particular. You guys are really putting us in the hot seat today.
But you've done a great job of presenting and answering our questions.
And I'm not sweating.
Well, I hope not. It's not too warm in here, so
It's all about having a sense of humor. Because
Okay.
insurance is really boring, which is what I tell people when I actually do, since she's talking on, when I sit down with them and review benefits, I try to spice it up with my sarcasm and sense of humor.
It's complicated.
So philosophically, as we talk about budget, right? And if we have a revenue issue and then we're borrowing from other accounts to fix this revenue issue, and it becomes a habitual thing, which we're experiencing, and you'll learn more about that next month when I do the 10-year general fund budget analysis, is that we get into this, I don't want to, I guess I'll just say it what it is, the shell game of pulling money from these other accounts rather than just increasing the budgets for certain accounts. And then we get caught in situations where we're currently at, right? Where we're having these budget constraints and a difficult time meeting NRS requirements for ending fund balance and a contingency. So at the end of the day, if we're able to increase the revenue in this account, it eliminates that shell game, and there's no longer a need to transfer from other accounts to recover dollars that are needed.
Is it fair to say that the money coming from the other accounts isn't necessarily needed from or for those accounts?
Not necessarily. So
Right.
looking at, you
So
know,
if we're robbing Peter to pay Paul, and then Peter gets angry, for lack of a better metaphor, that's part of my concern. If we're doing this monthly and pulling from multiple accounts instead of just the general fund, then where do we pull when we need it in those accounts that we're pulling from?
from another account.
Right.
So it's a interesting dynamic. What I can tell you from my analysis is that in this year, fiscal year 2026, we're anticipating 10%, over 10% of budget transfers to cover revenue issues. Where if we look at in 2022, there was just over 2% of dollars that were transferred out to other accounts. That's a big change in the matter of 4 years. And then if we go 4 years prior to 2022, 2018, I believe we were back up at right around the 10% range. It was 9.58%.
So, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
You know, the benefits of keeping it in the general fund is you can use it for whatever we need to use it for, right? We increase the revenue for this account. It's locked into this account. So if you're wondering what the pros and cons are, that's the pro and con.
Right. So does a no vote keep this from the general fund?
A no vote keeps our rates the same and requires us to do a budget transfer to fill the revenue bucket. Yeah,
Okay.
from the general fund.
So the exact
Yeah,
opposite.
yeah, but that money still remains in the general fund and can be used for any purpose. But once it's placed into the health fund, it can only be used for the health fund.
That may be actually a good thing after learning about restricted funds and the per pupil funding. We don't want to be taking stuff out of the general fund because that is the fund that basically the state looks at in that funding, right? So if this went into restricted funds, that would actually be better for the district. Am I understanding that correctly?
Can you explain that a little differently?
I think Aaron understands.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, light bulbs. So what it is you're moving an exact amount into a restricted budget
That's
bucket.
right.
So by doing that, because when we met with Dr. Titus on Friday, and this, I forget his name, and Megan, they talked about how they don't look at restricted funds. They just looked at the general fund. So if we purposely move that, that's not going to be part of that ending fund balance because now it's part of a restricted portion, which is on a separate area.
That's correct. Yeah.
And that's
To
a
me,
good thing.
to me, that is a better thing to have this allocated where it should be, not coming out of a general fund that is looked at.
Because they don't look into that bucket.
Well, I can tell you the Department of Taxation is watching every bucket that we have. You know, we've already
Yes.
been talking with them.
Can they look at Clark County too?
Yeah.
No, that actually does, that makes a lot of sense compared to in regards to the conversation that we had on Friday.
Mm-hmm. All right. So any further questions, comments, concerns? Do I have a motion? I know, I will. But let's give the public comment what we're motioning, and then they can choose to speak to that or not. I feel like that's a better course of action for this.
I personally never like that way because then it shows a direction that the board might want to go, whereas the public may speak and change someone's mind. Just food for thought.
Okay.
I always argued that against the prior board. I hated when there was a motion and a second and then a
Waves.
public comment because you could see the likelihood the board was going to take instead of taking into account what the public has to say and having some weight behind it.
Okay. Fair enough. Then we can take public comment first. It's a good point. Thank you, Mr. Zinke. All right. Is there any public comment? Do we have any online? We have one online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Marty Swisher, Douglas, Gardnerville resident. I emailed all of you with some questions. Some of the questions got answered through this discussion. I do want to note that I happen to serve on the insurance committee for 4 years as the administrative representative, and I definitely don't want that time to be characterized as mismanagement. In working with our consultants, we always tried to keep costs down and maximize our plan as much as we could. So if there was a need to make changes, we would make changes, but to kind of look at it like, boy, if we'd made changes 10 years ago, we wouldn't be in this situation. I don't think's really a fair assessment of that. So I guess my question is, in my simple way of thinking, it sounds like rather than putting $1.4 million into the insurance fund at the end of the year, that by increasing the premiums, the district will put that money in over time, and it could be restricted versus coming out of the general fund, because the employees will have no burden of paying anything, as I understand it at this point. So to me, it makes more sense, if you're going to raise the premium, to have it come out of the district funds over time versus in one lump sum at the end. And then the last thing I would tell you, this is a very complex issue. And one of the factors that we always considered, and I know that Leanne, who is fabulous, by the way, and knows a lot about this on the committee, we always considered, you can't anticipate catastrophic claims. But in the past, if you had 3 or 4 catastrophic claims, it completely changed the direction on this issue and this question. So between increased costs, increased administrative costs, and fewer members paying into the fund, I think that's a big part of what's happened to bring us to this point. So I'm not necessarily going to advocate for voting for this or not voting for it, but I wanted to make sure that if your discussion is about having money come out over time each month into the insurance fund out of district funds, that makes way more sense to me than having it in one lump sum at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more online? Okay. Any further public comment? Okay, we will close public comment. What he said just sparked a question for me. By doing it over time, that comes out of 2 fiscal years instead of just coming out of 1 fiscal year, correct? So that's a big bonus. That's a good thing. Okay. I like that. Okay. All right. Do I have a motion?
I'll try.
Ms.
to make a
Jansen.
motion. I would like to make a motion to approve the proposed benefit revisions for plan year 2026 as stated by our presenters.
All right. Do I have a second? Okay. I have a motion by Ms. Jansen, a second by Ms. Dickerson. Do we have any further discussion? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate you coming. All right. And now on to item number 6, our Tahoe Douglas Chief Lindgren and some stranger. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. Mr. Ryan. Well, thank you for coming.
No, thanks for having us. Excited to talk to you and just give you an update. I think it's been just a little over a year since we got to update you on the program. Last year, before the school year started, before we even kicked it off, last year was a huge success with the fire science program. And then this year starts our second year of the program, and it's even getting better. So I apologize. There's a 29 slide PowerPoint.
We're gonna go
but
through every single one word by word.
we are not, but there's some really good pictures, and I think the pictures tell the story. That it tells you everything about what we're doing with the kids and everything. So, you know, last year was our inaugural year with Fire Science 1, and then this year we started Fire Science 2. So go ahead and move along on the slides. So you get to see some different pictures of the different teaching and stuff going on. Yeah, and if you haven't seen the classroom, would love to show you. So it's just right down at the end of the hall. It's all decked out with a bunch of fire stuff and just cool stuff for the kids. And then we even have another building that we're using, an old deserted drama building, if I understand correctly, for our props, and that's like their locker room. So you'll see some pictures of that as we go through. This is a big overview of what they cover. Not going to go into the details of that for time for you, but we'll just keep going through some slides. Yeah, awesome.
Those are what tell students.
In their gear, yeah. So rolling hose, throwing ladders, squirting water. They love to put their gear on. They love to get dressed up. There's a good picture of the basic locker room right there that we've built out for them and reutilized that space. So they can keep all their fire gear in there. That's a dummy that he's got over his shoulder, not a real person, but practicing their carries and stuff like that. They do a great job with that. I think that's a little video. Would that play? No? Okay. But just the enthusiasm in the class is just phenomenal. We really
Just keep going, Jerry.
really get some good stuff going on. We rotate a lot of the different instructors based on the different, hold on that slide for a second, but we rotate the different instructors for different subjects, and a lot of our different firefighter paramedics and captains and assistant chiefs and battalion chiefs all jump in, and it gives the kids a different perspective, whether it's, you know, wildland instruction or the structure instruction or the rescue instruction. What you're seeing here is these are MREs. Meals ready to eat. They're a military thing, but we also use them in the fire service. And the kids were so excited to pick out an MRE and eat it. When you're on a fire for, you know, 14, 15, 16 days, you don't get real excited about the MREs after you've had them so much, but the kids loved them. In this picture, what you're seeing practice getting into fire shelters. And so these are practice fire shelters. So they're really just a tarp, if you will. The real ones look like aluminum foil, and they're for in a wildland fire. If you get in a bad spot and the fire is overtaking you, it's a last ditch effort to save your life, and you pull it out and you get into it. And so we actually practice that here in the gym, and they do a lot of different things with that, where they have fans going to make wind, a whole bunch of noise, and they make the kids communicate and everything just like we do with the firefighters. So it's awesome. So you're seeing some just different instructors, different stuff going on. All this is done right here at the high school. That's part of the radio cache and the gear. You could pause right there for me, please. This year, starting Fire Science 2, we were able to incorporate a lot more hands-on and a lot more props, if you will. And so what you're seeing right there is that's a simulated roof ventilation prop. So it built like a house. So that's like a little mini house that they have to climb up onto and understand the techniques of doing vertical ventilation. So at this point, we don't let them run chainsaws on the roof and cut those holes, but we do simulations so that they understand what it is and how we do it. So that's one of the props. You're going to see some more here in a second. Go ahead, next slide. Next slide. Rolling some hose. Keep going. Looking for some of the good ones. That's a cool one. Next slide. There you go. There's a better view of that prop. And so what that's showing them is how the cuts would be made. And then by rolling that over like they would on a roof on a fire, it's going to let all the gases and the smoke out of the building. So they get to do that. This is a force prop. So leave it on that slide for just a second. And what that is it simulates different doors that firefighters have to break into if they're going into a building or an occupancy that's locked. And so we can change all the different mechanisms on the door prop there. And then the kids actually get to use the real tools in prying and opening the door just like they would on a real fire. So super cool prop. Now, if you can pause right on this one, I'm going to talk about this one for just a second. This one is a simulated maze for them wearing their self-contained breathing apparatus, which they get to wear with all their gear. And they have to be able to crawl through in between those studs like they would at a real fire. So we've got a bunch of cool props that we made this last summer just before the school year. Cool. Keep going. That's a good one to stop on. They're doing some ropes and knots and practicing some drags and showing them how to use the ropes to do different things with equipment. They love that. More hose. We do a lot with hose because we need the water, right?
That's the back end where the hoses are.
Yeah. And so this simulation it's a prop that simulates the back of a fire engine because they have to reload that hose after a fire. And so they get to practice reloading it into certain hose loads. And they love it. It's awesome. Keep going. There's a good picture of learning how to use the ropes and knots to take different equipment. So that's an axe that's tied with a rope. So that's how they would get it up the ladder onto the roof from the ground in a safe fashion. Obviously getting to squirt some water again. Everybody loves that, right? Is that the last one? Cool. So we can just leave it on that slide for a second. And we'll just talk a little bit about it. So I think when we first came and talked to you about it, we wanted to start with 10th graders and do Fire Science 1. And that's what we did last year. And then this year, we added Fire Science 2 for the 11th graders. And then the plan is next year we'll add for the seniors, emergency medical technician. And so all three of these throughout, if we were to go through all the slides that I bypassed, it shows you some of the actual classes that they get certifications in, and those certifications that they get help them get a job in the fire service. So obviously one of our biggest goals with this program is that when the kids get out and they graduate, that they're marketable for a job in the fire service, and they're going to have a jump start on any kids that don't go through this. So they're already going to have certifications that they can use to help them get a job. And so, we were talking about it the other day, and one of our overall goals is with our local kids that are born and bred and grown here, that it would be so cool if some of them end up with permanent jobs in the fire department here locally, or even in the other areas. So the makeup of the boys and the girls in the class is pretty remarkable. We actually have more girls in Fire Science 2 than boys, and they kick ass. They really do. They do a great job. Very, very enthusiastic, and just everybody's eager to learn and be a part of it. So we're super excited about the program. I think that, to be honest with you, I think we need to do a little bit better job recruiting from the freshman class and the 9th graders into letting them know what's available for this class coming forward when they hit 10th grade. And then we also have a Fire Explorer program that we started the year before last, and that's for 13 to 17-year-olds. And we're hoping that if we can get more kids in that class at a younger age, it's gonna fuel them to want to be in the fire science program moving into high school. And then an ask that I have for you guys is, we know right now we have 2 students that drive up from Douglas from the valley up here to the school. And we know that we have 10 or 15 more minimum that want to be in this program, but we don't have transportation for them bus wise. So I would love to see you guys support that, to where we can allow some kids down in the valley that want to be a part of this program to come up, but they're going to need transportation. It's going to take some coordination with your group here. As you know, here at Whitell over the years, when the kids hit you know, 8th, 9th grade, we're limited because of our size on the amount of programs that we have. And some of the kids leave school up here to go down to Douglas or go somewhere else. And we want to have programs here that attract kids and to stay here or even bring kids from different areas here. And we now have a program that does that. So the pitch is help us out with getting a bus down there that'll bring the kids up here so that we can grow this program. But super exciting. If you haven't had a chance to see it, it is first period, so it's a little bit early in the morning. It's first and second is for 1 and 2. But if you have time to come by, we'd love to have you. If you want a tour and get to see the props and see them in action and see the classroom, we'd love to show you all that good stuff. But that's kind of how the program's going, and that's the future of it. So did you guys have any questions on that portion of it? Or Shonda, was there anything you wanted to add?
No, I think the kids really love it. It's part of one of the aspects that the fire science students have to do is service hours. So they're asking ways that they can do service hours at the school. So that helps out for other things. So we have opportunities for them to work outside of being in the fire service, but then apply some of those leadership skills that they're learning in that class in other ways throughout the school. So that's a great twofer that we're getting out of it. I just want to thank Tahoe Douglas Fire for the partnership. Without them, this program wouldn't be happening, and the amount of time and effort that they put in to build the props and to do the instruction and the support that they have for the kids is awesome. So I look forward to continuing that.
We're really excited about emergency medical technician next year. That's going to add a third class to us. But we've had some preliminary conversations with Barton Hospital because I think, as you know, they're going to build a brand new hospital here in Douglas County at the lake. And we have a couple retired nurses that taught EMT. So we're going to get some help from them that are super enthusiastic about helping teach the kids. And so that might even be a different draw. And that's where we're kind of talking with Barton Hospital about it is, you know, on the fire rescue side, we do fire and EMS. We have ambulances and we provide emergency care, but there's certain people that might not want to do the fire side, but they want to do the medical side. And so I think having that avenue with emergency medical technician certification is going to give them a taste of that. And so there might be opportunities in the future to expand that into some other, you know, pre-nursing, CNA, the certified nursing assistant. There's some high schools and programs in junior college that do those, and that's kind of your pathway to being a registered nurse, right? So it'd be cool with having a local hospital come into play here if we can be pursuing that kind of stuff too. And then, you know, the second part of what I'll talk to, but I'll give you a chance for some questions on just the school program first, but it's the helicopter program that we've talked about too. And then if we can get that established here, that's going to also provide additional classes in, you know, aviation mechanics and in getting their pilot's license and stuff like that. So you guys have any questions or anything with what we're doing with the school program for us?
I have a quick question on your EMT class. Do they have to take fire science 1 and 2 to do the EMT?
They do not. But to be in fire science 2, they have to take fire science 1.
Correct. That makes sense.
So we're hoping that, you know, there might be some kids that come in, you know, that are like, you know what, I wasn't sure about that fire thing, but I'm interested in the medical thing and the emergency medical technician. So I think that's going to open a whole nother door for us with that.
Yeah, I think we'll have a lot of kids from the valley that want to come up to do that.
And that's a class that they have to be 18 to get certified with their
But they
license with
start
the
at
state, but
17.
they can take the class now and they can do all their stuff. They just can't actually be certified to work on people until they're 18.
Okay.
But it paves that way for them and it gives them
Awesome.
a jump start.
So
Right.
That's one of the reasons why we start this in 10th grade,
Mm-hmm.
because if the progression goes fire science 1, 10th grade, fire science 2, 11th grade, or EMT, 12th grade,
Mm-hmm.
then usually when they're done with that 12th grade year, they turn 18
Mm-hmm.
and there's not that so-called gap year where they don't have those practices in hand and they forget some stuff. So it's just kind of a natural
Building.
progression
Yeah.
age-wise also to walk right onto service if that's what they choose to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
And those pictures did not do it justice. You
Oh, I'm
you
sure.
really got
No.
to see the classroom and the props and see the kids and see their excitement in it. You know, one of the most rewarding things for me the first year was hearing from a couple parents that said their kid just wasn't motivated to come to school, and now they were super excited to get up and come to school and be a part of this. And I just talked last night to one of our instructors that's been teaching quite a bit, one of our firefighter paramedics, and I asked him what he thought and how it was going, and he says, it's going great. He says, I don't like to do death by PowerPoint, so I do hands-on stuff when I get in there with the kids, and they love it, and it pushes them on the physical fitness side of it too, and that's another thing that we were discussing with Sean and Frankie is that they have a PE requirement. Well, this could meet that, because of the physical aspects. So we make these kids be very, very physical, and, carrying, the rescue dummy and doing the different things. And so I think we need to figure that out on the credit side, because I think it could count for that, because being a small school, as you guys know here, they have certain requirements that they have to meet to graduate. And there's some kids that want to take the class but can't because of their requirements, right? So, I heard that PE was one of them. So we'd like to see some, let's think outside the box a little bit, because it's definitely physical to be a firefighter, as you would think and know. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Ms. Knighting.
You said there were possibly 10 to 15 in the valley that would like to be in this program. Would you be able to accommodate that many more in the program?
Yeah, absolutely.
And is there a cap on how many you can?
So right now last year we did Fire Science 1, and this year we're doing Fire Science 2. We tried to offer Fire Science 1 as well, but we didn't have enough students that wanted to do Fire Science 1.
Okay, so
That were up here.
That were up here. So you could, how many kids could be in a Fire Science 1 class? How many?
20, 25?
Depends on the equipment, but I think
Yeah, I think we have room for up to 25 kids in each of the classes.
Okay.
So next year there won't be a fire science 2.
No, because we weren't able to do the Fire Science 1 this year. We had
Right.
one student that actually gets drove up by his parents from the valley, and we just didn't have enough kids to make it work, and that was sad for us, because it's like, but it gives us the time to revamp, and it taught us a lesson. We need to make sure that we are recruiting and making sure that the 8th and 9th graders coming up know about the program and know about the opportunities for it. And I think, putting together a little PowerPoint, showing them some gear, doing a little show and tell kind of thing in those classes this year before they get out of 8th and 9th grade, to let them know what we're doing. We also think that the Fire Explorer program, if we can expand that's also going to get some more kids excited about it.
Absolutely. Is that something that we could have Haley involved in, and sharing that out to our middle school, our 8th graders, as they're preparing to enter high school, and our 9th graders down in the valley?
Yeah, so we have 2 positions that can support the recruiting. Haley as family engagement specialist and communications, but also Carrie Stack, who presented to you earlier,
Yes.
who's our work-based learning teacher.
Mhm.
And the intent of her position is to push CTE awareness down into the middle schools and the elementary schools. I
Yeah.
anticipate that happening this year, and her doing some activities.
That
And
would
we'll
be
make sure that she gets all the videos that are already linked on our website.
awesome. And then what do we as a school board need to do to help motivate transportation to get kids up here if they want to come?
Yeah, so last year we did implement a bus that picked up students at the bottom of the grade.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we only had one student who wanted to transfer up here,
Mhm.
and it was a very short stint, I think less than 30 days. But we're willing to add a route, add a bus there,
Okay.
but we want to get a commitment from students.
Right. I think pushing that, not pushing, right? We don't want to push kids to make decisions.
Just want to explain the opportunity that they have.
Explain the opportunities, because I don't know that our middle schoolers know about this opportunity down in the valley.
Yeah.
Or even a lot of our 9th graders. Are our counselors at the high school talking about it? Are they offering them the options
Yeah.
that
so-
this provides to students?
Yeah, we have Prairie Jackson here, who's our student rep, so I'd love to hear a student perspective on this.
At the high school, they do have brochures and they did send out emails about this class. So I know, but that was like towards the beginning of the year.
Okay. So when is a better time to help our students know
No,
about this
I would probably
opportunity?
think the end of the year when they're thinking of like classes they want to take next year. Because it's kind of like at the beginning of the year, they already have it figured out. And I don't think that would honestly work for you guys either.
Right.
So,
So in what month do they start? Do you remember?
January, they start
Yeah.
doing course requests through the
Oh.
counseling office, and then they start building the master schedule for the next school year, late January, early February, and then
Okay.
that's a lengthy process.
Right. So there you go, January.
So right around the corner, we
Yeah.
will, we'll work with your staff on a plan to come down and just share some information and do a little recruitment.
Absolutely. I think that's a great idea. Ms. Miller.
So, with CTE with Cade Balagad, do
Mhm.
we do, I know he does like a demo type thing, but I don't know if we include fire science in that at Douglas High.
It has not been included in the past.
So maybe we should try to not push that, but make sure the opportunity is there. So those kids are aware that
So
there
that
is
would be
a different CTE course available. And then it's a conversation with those parents and getting a commitment. And then
Right.
we can see about transportation after that.
So yeah, that's something that our middle schoolers do. They sign up, they come after school, they go to the high school and they sign up for, mechanical engineering and ceramics and, they sign up for like 3 or 4 different things. And it's just little mini classes that they do over a course of a few days or a couple of weeks. And it just gets them
That's a great idea.
engaged.
That
We'd love to do that. Give them a little taste of it, if you
that
will.
could incorporate into maybe the fire explorer type timeline.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, great idea.
And that's geared more towards our 8th graders because they're getting ready to come up to the high school. So
Hmm.
introducing them to this is a
So I
great
think
idea.
if we had you and Cade working, so that either you were represented at the 8th grade week at DHS, or the 8th grade students were given the opportunity to come up, preferably the second option, so they can see all the amazing things you've built.
Yeah, but we could do the same thing. I mean, if we needed to come down, we can bring some props and a couple things and kind of give them a little taste of what we have in mind.
I think for the grant funding for the 8th grade night, at least, might be easier for this year, but let's definitely talk about building an additional funds to the 8th grade night to support that transportation. So I think them seeing it in its environment is probably an important part of selling the benefits of the program.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, just really appreciate the support. I think, we don't have as many kids in it as we'd like, but, knowing that we're a small school up here and we understand that, but we know that there's an opportunity to expand it. We know that there's kids in the valley that want to come up. I don't know if we want to breach it, but we've heard that kids in Southlake want this kind of program too. And, and over the years, traditionally, we've lost kids from Whittle to go into the city of Southlake. And, it's like, no, you guys got to move to Nevada and register over here, so, but just getting the word out a little bit more would be good. But so far it's a success and the kids love it and we enjoy doing it. So excited about the future. I think it's just going to get better from here. We're learning as we go.
Well, I think it would also benefit next year for the EMT program if there's something that you can give to the counselors for those students that are like, well, I don't know what I want to do. And,
Yeah.
Because
the emergency medical technician is the basic certification that you need in the fire service to start moving towards being a paramedic.
Mhm.
And at the same time, there's hospital positions for emergency medical technicians basic, and it kind of paves your way and it kind of gives you a taste of emergency medicine and medicine altogether to decide if you like it,
Mhm.
And, I'm just a big advocate that almost everybody should have EMT just in their normal everyday life so that you can deal with a family emergency or a friend's emergency or something like that. And, whether you're going to make a career of it or not, it's important that you have some of those basic skills of life saving,
Mhm.
So big advocate. Love it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Any other questions?
Awesome.
Are you going to give us an update on the Helibase?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
where we're
great.
gonna watch a little
Okay.
cool video, and then I'll let you watch it first, and then we'll talk a little bit. So that said, Lake Tahoe Regional Fire Chiefs Association, because it's more than just Tahoe Douglas. We have 22 different agencies that are supporting this effort because it would be a regional asset, meaning that this program would serve the entire region. So this is the school right now with nothing there where we want to put it. And this is with the base there. So obviously the blue roofed buildings are the ones that we currently have here, and the ones that are not blue show you what we want to build. So you're looking at a helicopter pad there to the left with a helicopter sitting on it. You're looking at a hangar to the right, which is where the helicopter would go in inclement weather. And then you're looking at a basic crew quarters, fire station quarters that would house the, full, like a house. It's got kitchens and bathrooms and dormitories and all that. And if you remember when we talked about this originally, there would also be some dorm space available in there for teachers or school workers for weather days or weather weeks or just tough weeks on teachers where they've got a lot going on and they don't want to drive back down to where they live or whatever. They would have their basic own little apartment in there. So it's just giving you a 3D view, showing the existing gas pumps and everything that are there. The plan for the pad would be it would be heated so that we wouldn't have snow or ice accumulation on the pad, which would help us a lot. There's a fence. We had some questions originally when I did the presentation from some parents on, how safe will it be for my kid? Could they walk into the helicopter? And no, they wouldn't be able to do that because we're going to have a fence around it. We are going to need to probably do a noise study through the TRPA and the FAA on the noise to the closest neighborhood and how it affects the school. And so one thing that could change from that is that fence could change to a small blast fence, we call it, which you see at airports, so that when they fire the helicopter up or the motors up, it retains some of the sound. But with the way that this was designed and put on the property, it worked out perfect having the area for it. But as you know, the classrooms are on the opposite side of the facility. And so having those buildings there and having the helicopter between all of that, it's going to help with a lot of the noise. And I don't know if you remember before when I talked about it, the helicopter's never going to fly over the school for safety reasons. It's going to come in around the back over the Forest Service property. Our closest neighborhood in the area is Skyland, and that's a little bit to the north and to the west, if you're familiar with that. And the rest of that is just all, non-neighborhood out there. So it's really a perfect location for it. So we've done a lot of work over the years trying to put this together in concept with working with the TRPA, who can be one of the biggest hurdles, as you probably know, here at the lake. And they gave us tentative approval on the site. And then when we put the plan together and we had our pre-permitting meeting with them a couple months ago, they said, well, we've done some research and we don't think that the current zoning will accept you building this. And we said, wow, we've looked at the zoning and we think it's fine. And they said, well, you need to talk to the county, Douglas County. And which we already had prior. And so we set up a new meeting with the county planning department, along with Jennifer Davidson, the county manager, and her staff. And when we went and met with them, I was really impressed because they were so far ahead of us. They had already looked at the zoning, they'd already pulled out the master plan, and they'd looked at everything and they said, no, chief, this fits. You can do this here. We have no issue with the zoning. We don't have to make any changes. And we're going to let the TRPA know that. So that's huge, because if we had to change the zoning, first it would have had to go through the county planning commission for approval. And then it would have went to the county commissioners. And then if it was approved at the county level, then it would have had to go to the TRPA governing board. And when I realized all that, I wasn't afraid of that because I know that we have support all the way along the lines, from the TRPA governing board to the county commissioners to the planning commission. But then it turns out we don't have to change the zoning. So we're good. It meets the purposes of the way that this is zoned, which is great because it ties to public use and public service, and it ties to education. The only other modification that would go on here that is tentatively approved is in the bus barn. And if you look at the bus barn, I don't know if you've ever noticed it before, and we'd have to back up to see it right, but it's actually got two different levels on the roof if you look at it. And so it would be, yeah, can you find that for us? Yeah, keep going. But when you look at it, the south end of it is higher, has a taller roof on it because it has a little mezzanine up there. But it's like it was engineered and built when you look at it for an entire second floor over that south end bay. And so we brought some engineers in and looked at it, and they said, yeah, it's engineered for that. They just never did that in the design. And so one of the things that we would want to do is convert that end of the bus barn, just one bay and that little area, into the classroom portion for the flight simulators. They're super expensive, but they're an actual helicopter flight simulator and a rescue hoist simulator, and they would go there. And they are very expensive, but they pay for themselves in a helicopter program within the first couple years because you're flying in a simulator and not flying in a real helicopter. So it's a lot cheaper to fly. Your flight hours in a helicopter are very expensive, related to maintenance and fuel and all that stuff. And then the other big plus to the simulators is the kids will be able to fly it. The kids don't get to come fly the helicopter because it's an emergency response piece of equipment. And then when you're doing your flight training, you can do so much training in a simulator because they're so accurate to real life that it counts for actual flight hours. And the cool thing is you can crash the simulator and you don't die, right? And so when we talk about hoist rescue, which is where somebody gets lowered down on a cable and brought back up, I'm sure you've seen that before, and I think I've shown you pictures of that. When you practice that, when I was on the helicopter, we'd go through our training and we'd have to talk through in-flight emergencies because we couldn't do them on the helicopter because you'd crash. You can do it in the simulator and go through those in-flight emergencies like they're real life, and they count, and it's just so much better training. And I already have a donor lined up that's willing to buy the simulators for us if we can get to the point that we're building the base, which is huge because that's something that the kids will be able to be a part of. So this is all tentative. We needed approval from you guys, Frankie and Sean, with the layout and stuff and how it affects the school. But I think we've come up with a pretty good design. So we're going to start moving forward in our permitting process. I will say we do not have the money to build this right now and start this program. We have quite a ways to go. We've raised $2,030,000 and change, which is amazing. Our first goal is to get us to about $12 million, and then we want to be able to build this in phases. And so I think that once we're going to go through the permitting process like we have the money to do it right now, so that we can jump through all the hoops with environmental and reviews and everything else. And I think that's going to pave the way to success. So just kind of wanted to show you where we're at. It's not set in stone. It's still just a draft at this point, but it's moving along pretty good. One of our next phases would be once we get the site approved in those locations and we start the study and the permitting, then we're going to have to do some public meetings. We're probably going to have a public meeting right here on it, and we're going to have a lot more information on the design of the building and visual of the building that we can show the public. So what do you think? Please.
I think it's awesome, but this is going to be tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars.
Not hundreds.
Just
not
tens.
hundreds.
Okay.
They're only zeros, right?
Right.
Come on.
But where do you propose to get the funding from?
So we have most everything so far has been done by donors, and we have some pretty high-powered donors within the region because this region goes, you know, from California and Nevada, you know, because like basically if you put a dot on the map right here at George Wattell High School, that helicopter is going to service a circle of an area for immediate response. And that's why we have 22 agencies total that are coming together. And so that expands the donation pool of donors. So we've had quite a few donors that have come to me and said, we're going to give you money. And these are big donors. This is a lot of money. But we're not going to give you any money until we know what does it look like and where's it going to be. Because when I was initially doing fundraising, and I'm not a fundraiser or a marketer, I'm just a fireman, right? I was like, well, that makes sense. But they were really concerned about what the location was and where it would be to how it services everything. And then some people were really concerned about what it would look like. You know, they didn't just want a shed. And so I think now that we've turned that corner, you know, we already have donors that are like, okay, what's it going to cost to build that hangar? What's it going to cost to build that thing? They want to provide that money to do that.
So you're planning on all private donors for this?
Initially, because right now there aren't any grants available federally or statewide that provide funding to do this because this has never been done before. We did apply for a grant called an AFG, an Assistance to Firefighter Grant. That's a federal grant, knowing that we didn't qualify so that they would be like, wait a minute, because it's a regional program. Because we're trying to, typically when you hear about a grant, all the rules have already been set and you either qualify or you don't when you start reading it, right? And so we threw it out and said, hey, this is a regional program. We want grant funding to help us with this. And they said, you don't qualify, but when it goes back to our committee for the next round, we're going to consider it. So we are looking for some grants. There is an FAA grant that we're pursuing that helps you build a helibase like this, that we're trying to figure out if we qualify for that. There are ways to tie the staffing of the equipment to grants that we already have and contracts that we already have. So the funding mechanism is going to be grants, use of the helicopter and being able to bill for the helicopter under contracts and contracts for facilities. So still a work in progress, but yeah. Yeah, so the overall, like you said, hundreds of millions. If we get to 12 million, we're going to have the first helicopter and we're going to be up and flying. And then that's going to show some proof of concept in the area and it's going to expand from there. To run a 24-hour, 7-day a week, 365-day a year program, it takes more than one helicopter to make that work. It actually takes 2.6 to be exact. How do you get a 0.6 of a helicopter? I don't know. But we feel that through the proper management of the program, we can do it with 2 helicopters. And that would keep 1 helicopter here for emergency response for the region all the time. And then most of the time, the other helicopter will be available to go off to San Diego or wherever is having a fire and bring in revenue that helps sustain the program. It sounds crazy, but I'm actually not worried about sustaining the program. That to me is the easy part. The hard part is getting the upfront cost to do this thing. Like I need 20 flight helmets. Well, they're $5,500 a piece right now, just for flight helmets. So it's that initial cost of getting going. But then once we get going, the way the contracts and the billing for the services, you're not going to bill for rescues, but when we go fly a fire, it's going to be on somebody's land, Forest Service land or state land, they're going to pay the bill. And that helps with the sustainability of the program. I could talk for days on this, but I'm trying to keep it short. We do
But
have
it's
a
nice to
business
know you've
plan,
thought about that.
timeline, and all that stuff. We've got a couple different groups that are helping us with fundraising, with big donors and different things. Eventually, we're probably going to have a charity golf tournament at Edgewood. They offered it to us last year and we said, yeah, let's do it. And then we went, wait, we don't know how to do a golf tournament. We're not ready for that yet. So we're learning as we go. Any other questions, comments, concerns?
I'm excited about it.
So I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but on the first part of this, up at this upper field, Wattell has the part of the track for discus and shot put. So that would have to potentially both be moved. I don't know if you can
Go on
go in a little bit more?
Maybe 30 seconds.
So where the end of, like, it's the library, that's your shot put. And then behind the snack bar is your discus. And then when you put in the rendering, shot put no longer has the place. So we would have to look at moving that.
And we have locations down, so the shot put, they're not throwing, shot put doesn't go more than 10 yards. So we can put that on the football field. The discus, we have some areas down toward the scoreboard, which is on the south end of the field. There's some area that we could clear out down there that could serve for that purpose.
And there's still going to be quite a bit of space still left in that area for some of the events we do, like, you know, the end of school year water thing in the fun day that we have out there. There's going to be areas for that.
And we use that, like for our cross country meets, that area up there was like the finish line, for instance, on Saturday.
Awesome. Cool. All right. Thank you for your
Super
support.
exciting.
To give
Thank
you an
you.
update.
Thank you.
Please
Yeah,
hit us
thank you
up
both.
if you would like a tour and you'd like to see the classroom and see the kids in action. We'd love to show you.
Thursdays are the days they really get into gear and do the practicing.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Around
Not on
8:30.
Fridays.
Only the 7th.
Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate it. Oh, okay. I was like, did I miss? All right. On to item number 7, our DCSD shout outs. Do we have any?
So if you open up your email, there's a document there.
When did it get sent out? Oh, that's why I didn't see it. I didn't check it. Yeah.
Is ours specific to each one?
Yeah, open up the document. You'll see your name next to it.
It's in your email.
Sorry, I really don't
No,
know.
it's okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
I
And then
have an
just click on that
iPad.
right there.
This is all-
All right. Melinda, do you want to start us off?
All right, so our shout out tonight, the first one is for Diamond Herrera, a student. The strides you have made to accomplish your goals are astounding. And the next one is to Riley Charlson and CVMS student. Riley Charlson is the type of student who is a role model to those around him. He is kind, caring, listens, has wonderful manners, and is an inspiration to those around him. Thank you for everything you do.
Okay, Susan.
Greta Nelson, CVMS science teacher. Ms. Nelson has helped me with a ton of things, whether it's my grades or if I'm just having a bad day. She recognizes when I'm in distress and needs help, or if I'm having a good, happy day. And then Gabriel Dean Ball, Douglas High School. I love you for staying strong and being humble and genuine, my favorite person.
Ms. Miller?
Veronica Griffith. Mrs. Griffith has been a great addition to the GES team. Her instructional and administrative experience has already made an impact for our students, staff, and families. She has a heart for students and leads with a servant orientation. The second one is for Miss Haranzi. It doesn't stay here, but Miss Haranzi teaches at Zephyr Cove Elementary, and it says, Miss Haranzi, we appreciate you. You are a great teacher and a role model for our kids. We appreciate your efforts in teaching and guiding our children.
Mr. Zinke?
Sonia Alvarado Lyons. Sonia is fierce. She worked thoughtfully to help parents update their online registration, coached up our new crop of kindergarten parents and guardians, and ensured GES had 100% completion of the AUP. And then Natalie Pitts. Natalie Pitts is simply customer service personificated. She goes the extra mile to meet the moment for students, families, staff, substitutes, and our community.
Ms. Dickerson.
I'll get this a little closer here. So
It's okay.
Okay, I have Damian Smallwood, CVMS student. Damian Smallwood is a student role model, and he is always willing to help out. He is the kind of student who offers and lends a hand to those around him. I also have Carmel Smokey. Carmel is kind and sweet, and she always helps out a friend in need. She sacrifices her own happiness for other people. Oh.
Shane Newberg is a DHS student. Shane, I'm so proud of you. You work 2 jobs, umpire baseball, honor roll student. You're a leader that stays true to yourself, even if it means you stand alone at times. Your ability to make someone's day a much better day just with your presence is a beautiful quality that you deliver so naturally. I love you, son. I'm guessing that's from mom or dad, not from me. Dustin Ray Lineman, he's a student. You are a nice, caring, loving friend. You have changed my life in many ways. So thank you to all those that submitted our shout outs, and keep sending them in because we love reading them. All right, we will now go on to consent, our consent items. Okay. Does anyone need to or have a request to pull an item from our consent or have any questions? Ms. Miller.
So I have a question in regards to the fence. Those funds, those come from facilities, correct?
Yeah, that's part of our CIP plan. We had $300,000 undefined, and so part of those $300,000 is going to be allocated to fencing.
Okay. No, I had gotten questions today, and so I just wanted to, that's what I had explained, but I wanted to verify that information.
Yeah, restricted dollars that are for facilities.
And a question I have on fencing, because it's at DHS, but that is to finish off the fencing to fully enclose the rest of our campus, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, the modulars. Yes, because that's the part of our campus that is not contained, which is a really good thing for our students and teachers. Anything else? Okay. All right. Then we will open public comment at this time on our consent items. Yes, please sign your name. And oh, there's not a pen there. I could throw one at you. I'm just kidding. I'm a bad shot, so probably not a good idea.
Adrian Sawyer for the record, parent of 3 DCSD students. I'm very, very, very glad to see the DHS modular buildings being fenced in on this agenda. I know that the budget is tough and it's tight, but I specifically wanted to thank Superintendent Alvarado for following through with this project and making student safety a priority. In these uncertain times, students' safety is on every parent's mind. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do we have any online? All right, then we will close public comment. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I make a motion that to approve this consent items.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Ms. Knighting and a second by Ms. Jansen. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. We'll be back. Back from a quick recess. And we are on to item number 9. All right. This is our achievement results and accountability reports. Ms.
Hello.
Mitchell.
Yes, thank you. So I sent you guys several things kind of supporting the back end of this. The 3 things that are available to the public are the accountability report and the NSPF school report. And then the 1-pager just kind of takes the highlights from all of that and synthesizes it. So I'll talk through the 1-pager, and then if you have any questions or anything you want to focus on from the accountability report or the NSPF report, we can talk about whatever. And then the data I sent you didn't go publicly because it has some subpopulations that are too small to show public data for. So the DCSD at a glance shows the district-wide highlights of the accountability report and the NSPF report. So the first thing on there is the NSPF star ratings. Each school has their NSPF star ratings report in detail attached. I want to point out some of the schools that made some really amazing gains. Minden went up by 2 stars. Scarcelli went up by 1. Zephyr Cove went up by 2. As we learned tonight from the presentation, CVMS went up by 1 and Paualu went up by 1. No school decreased.
Yay.
Every single school maintained or increased their star rating. So a great year overall for
That's great.
the presentation of each school's performance. The budget next to that shows the revenue over time as well as the ending balance. So you can see that negative end balance that's been referenced. Under that, you have the advanced placement data. So there are 23 AP classes at DHS, 13 at George Whittel, and you can see their pass rate is 88%. For reference, the national pass rate for AP tests is about 60. So both schools perform high above average on their AP tests. We have our CT programs there in the middle. So the 2 different assessments there to gauge CTE is the end of program performance. Those are program specific skill attainment that they take at the end of their 2nd year. So in our fire science presentation, he talked a bit about the specific skills and certifications that they'll receive. And our students have a 71.8% pass rate, which is the 2nd highest in the state. They also, all CTE students take the workplace readiness skills performance also at the end of their 2nd year. And that's like a general soft skills test for just general soft skills in any workplace environment. And our students are also 2nd in the state at almost 80% pass rate there. Over beside that, you have our ACT composite scores. So you can see where each school compares to the state average. We had DHS and George Whittel High School showing an increase over the last year. That was part of the school performance plan and part of the accreditation goal for DHS. So they put some very specific targeted work into that improvement there. Under that, you have the graduation data. My office is processing graduation data for 24-25 right now. So that's always running a year behind. So the 23-24 column is the same presentation or information that I presented to you in the fall last year. But it doesn't show the percentages. So I just wanted to add that the standard diploma there represents 49% of our graduates that received the standard diploma, 24% received an advanced diploma, and 27% received a CCR, which is College Career Readiness Diploma. Adult is NA because it's not counted toward the state reporting of the adjusted graduation rate. And then you've got the MAP assessment data next to that. I wanted to point out specifically the gains our students made in math over the last year. If you look at kindergarten math, went from 48 to 71%. 3rd grade went from 45 to 77%. 4th grade went from 76 to 61%. 5th, 49 to 64. 6th, 49 to 69. It's working. They're doing a good job in the achievement showing that. And so I think that's something to be proud of. You have the summative assessment to the left below that. That's the SBAC scores and the ACTs, as well as the science assessment. So you can see where we rank throughout the state. We went from 7th to 4th for our SBAC and ACT in our ELA, our English Language Arts. Math, we went from 6th to 4th and from 2nd to 1st in the state for 11th grade math. And then science went from 10th to 4th. And then the only one that went down, which is pretty good considering all the ones that we went up in, was that bottom one there, 1st to 4th in science. And then the last thing that this is providing is by the numbers for the district side. Overall enrollment, that current number at 4927 is a little lower because enrollment shifts. So that's more like 4850 right now, just so you know. Got certified employees. I wanted to point out that the per pupil expenditure is unofficial right now, the 13,288. And that's because we don't provide that. That's published by SID, the Student Investment Division. And with the state cyber attack, they're a little behind on that number. So it wasn't in the accountability report like it normally would be. And yeah, overall, our transiency rate went down. Those are students that move after validation day. Our chronic absenteeism went down. And it was a really good year. Is there anything in the star rating reports or the accountability data that you guys wanted to look at in more detail, or?
Ms. Miller.
I noticed on the star rating, you only have George Whittle High School listed once. However, in the supporting document, it's listed twice because it is a middle school and a high school.
Thank you
And
for
both
pointing
of
that out.
them did get 5 stars.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. I'll add that.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I have a couple questions for you. I noticed in our accountability report, I was looking through our credit deficiency based by 9th through 12th grade. And it looks like we have, from adding this up, it looks like we have 126 students that are credit deficient. I didn't understand, like, I don't remember looking at it now. Was that for all the grades? All of our Valley and Whittle students that are 9th graders, we have 30 students that are deficient.
Yeah, so that's
Okay.
statewide or district-wide
District-wide, okay.
credit deficiency.
What can we do to decrease that number, right? We don't want more students becoming deficient, but what do you possibly see as a contributing factor to that?
I think our high schools are having, and middle schools are having really good conversations about that. I know at the start of this year, Aspire shifted to also be a middle school so that we could start intervening earlier. And so that our students that were already credit deficient in middle school had an avenue beyond just retaining at their middle school that has shown evidence that they're not learning in that way.
Right.
So I think that over time, we'll see some results from that. We also do through Aspire, through Whittle, through Douglas, we're trying to provide as many avenues of success as possible. And then I think like our CTE programs, the various things that we do to just draw more and more kids to have a reason to go. I think our achievement numbers show that that's working. And so we're seeing the test results go up. We're seeing the attendance go up, the literacy go up. I think that will continue to show gains in credit recovery.
Okay, good. Thank you. I also noticed that when in the accountability report, it showed our graduation rate, but Whittle was not on there. And I don't know.
In
like,
the official
in the
accountability
official
report? Okay.
report. So I noticed that was missing. I did notice also that as I was looking at it, some of those little tiny, even when I blew it up, I still had no idea what I was reading because it was so tiny that it didn't all fit. So it was hard to read and understand the numbers that I was seeing in some of that.
Yeah.
The other question that I have is I noticed on the daily attendance, all but 2 of our schools are over 90% daily attendance, which is really great. But I noticed that Aspire and Pinion are both at like 88 and 89%. Do we understand or know why that number is lower? Mr. Alvarado, do you?
Yeah, what I can tell you for Aspire is this year, the district has started with wildly important goals,
Mhm.
40X training from Franklin Covey. Aspire's wildly important goal is addressing attendance issues, and they're monitoring it on a daily basis and having weekly accountability talks with students and families.
Awesome.
And students that are not attending, that are on a distance program,
Mhm.
are being required to come back into the building. But unfortunately, if they're on a distance program and they don't log in to their course, they're marked absent. And so I would say a majority of the absences that are happening at Aspire are because of the distance learning program. Kids are not logging in
Right.
and completing credits, but they're addressing it on a daily basis.
Good. That's awesome.
In terms of opinion, we'll have to do a deeper dive and research
Yeah.
and
They were the lowest.
and talk with
At
Principal Reed.
88%, and they're a 5-star school. So it would be good to get more information on that as to why that number's not higher.
Yeah, and we no longer have a committee on chronic absenteeism.
Right.
So we can get that information and send it to the whole board.
Okay. That would be great. Thank you. Those are the
And
questions I had. Sorry.
I wanted to speak to the graduation rate real quick. So
Yeah.
that's on page 12 here.
Yes.
And you'll notice there's a little dash. Anytime there's a dash, it's because the population's too small to legally show information for.
Oh.
So you'll see that with race, you'll see that with various subpopulations.
Mhm.
So because the Douglas County Adult School, Douglas Nevada Online, and George Hotel graduating class was small, when they show that data, it becomes really easy to identify which students had that result.
Mhm.
So in the case where it's really positive results, that's great. But if it's negative, it becomes easy to identify. So that's
Okay.
why it's a dash. If it wasn't
Oh, okay.
available, it'd be the NA. The dash just means it's too small for them to show data on.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Ms. Miller.
So obviously we're showing a lot of growth. What are we doing to showcase this to like our surrounding counties to maybe utilize this as increasing enrollment?
I think the at a glance is a start, a way to just kind of highlight publicly, here are some areas where we're growing in. Can you guys think?
Yep. We also have an article that's being published by the Record Courier this weekend on Saturday. I don't know if that's going to solicit students to want to come to Douglas or recruit students, but spreading the awareness about how well we're doing academically, given the financial struggles that we're experiencing. This is definitely the silver lining in all the work that we're doing. And so we'll see what happens in the near future. We do have variance agreements, interlocal agreements with all of our neighboring districts.
We also presented similar data to the Rotary Club last week, Frankie and Jeannie and I. Again, I don't know how that'll draw surrounding county students, but just the more people know how awesome we are, the better. So
Absolutely. All right. Any further questions? All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Mitchell. I appreciate that. I know that does not come together easily, so thank you for all that hard work. All right, number 10 are governance and superintendent goals. Mr. Alvarado.
Yeah, thank you, President Wagstaff. So as a reminder to the board, you first reviewed these goals back on July 17th. Due to the cyber attack at the state level and the delay of the release of the accountability report card, we weren't able to have this on the agenda for last month. So we moved it to this month. I wanted to make sure that all the data that was released publicly was accurate before we set a metric for improvement on these goals. So the board has had an opportunity to review these goals and have a discussion. You had an opportunity to review these since the agenda was posted. Are there any goals that you want to speak about in which you want to have a dialogue with the rest of the board and myself regarding the metric that has been placed there?
I know I would. Anybody else have any? Ms. Knighting?
Just under approving policies and resource allocations, do you want to speak just a little what is happening to do that with our budget to get back to our ending fund balance?
So can you just identify the goal and then is it two fiscal stewardness or are you looking at governance and policy?
I think goal 2 is what she's talking about.
Okay. So in goal two is about fostering fiscal stewardship and strategic resource alignment. You saw on that one-page document that Ashley shared with you for our achievement, what you recognize there is a negative ending fund balance. Currently, we are being audited. The audit should be finished here in about 2 weeks. The board will receive an audit report presentation in December, as well as a December amendment to the budget for you to take action on both of those items. So in regards to this, we initially set out on doing a phased reduction plan, and we were hoping to protect our instructional programs as much as possible. That is what we have done, and that's what I hope to continue to do. But after I finish the 10-year budget analysis of the general fund, it's very evident that we will be in the negative over $5 million at the end of this year. And so next month I will give a presentation on that analysis. In January, we will bring back the agenda item for declining enrollment, also provide some projections. We'll do a staffing report, and then give the board as much information as possible so that way we can make decisions for the future of Douglas County School District to put us in a positive financial position. So what this goal states is that we were trying to do this over 3 fiscal years. I don't think we're going to reduce staff through attrition enough to catch up to $5 million. $5 million is a lot of money. And so the board will have to have conversations about the organization of the district starting in January, and some of the changes we may need to do to balance our budget and get in a strong fiscal position and restore our 4% reserve and our 1% contingency. So 3 years, I think it's up to the board if you want to change that to 1 year or 2 years, and then that will give me some direction on the presentations I need to prepare for you and the options I need to provide to you.
So I'm a little concerned about, restoring our ending fund balance in 3 years. If we're that far in the negative, that's not going to happen in 3 years.
Correct. And that's what I was saying, that
Yeah.
the board should discuss whether we want to change this to 1 or 2
There
years.
needs to be some discussion about that.
3 years puts us into the next biennium, and we're not sure what type of funding that they'll give us per pupil.
Right.
We're unsure if they'll continue what's now called SB 500 money, which was previously SB 231 money, which, gave raises to our employees, well-deserved raises, but also limited the amount of money we receive per pupil. So we received $22 extra per student this year. And that's just not enough to sustain, our revenue in that 10-year analysis. Our revenue went up about 18 to 20%, but our expenditures were about 26 to 28%. And I'm just leaving just a little wiggle room in there. So we do have an expenditure issue.
Absolutely. Do you think that 5 years would be more fiscally responsible to end up with a ending of 4%?
I think you have to go the other way.
Yeah, we have to go.
You
the
have
other
to
way.
go quicker.
Yeah. So we're at the point, we've already been talking to Department of Taxation.
Right.
We are really at the point of going into receivership where Department of Taxation will come in and make decisions for us.
So I think it's
Unless we don't
evident.
have a plan and make that, from January to April. Yeah.
Yeah, we'd have to speed up this process, especially if at the end of the fiscal year, it's going to be 5 million.
How in 1 year do we recoup 5 million plus 4%?
Well, that's the direction we're trying to give, right? So if we spread it out over 5 years, then the reductions won't take place quick enough. Or realignment of schools, or consolidating schools, or the insurance questions that we just raised for 45 minutes of this. So the direction that needs to happen is that things need to happen quicker, and Unfortunately, that's hard, but to spread it out over years is almost guaranteeing us receivership, and we don't want to do that.
I was meaning like the 4% ending fund balance. I just don't see how even in 3 years we can make that happen.
I think if we do things, if we start these conversations in January and we know what our end goal is going to be by doing it within the 3 fiscal years,
Mhm.
because we know what we're getting per pupil, that's not going to change, like you said, with the biennium. Whereas if we push it later than that, we don't know what we're going to get those next 2 years.
Okay.
Whereas at least now we know what the revenue is supposed to be per student, and we can start working on that on a much quicker scale.
So do we need to shorten that to 2 years?
At least, yeah. Do you know the data? Ely was in receivership, is that correct?
White Pine.
White
County,
Pine, yeah, Ely.
yeah.
Do we know how long they were not meeting fiscal requirements, or if there was a probationary period?
It was a lengthy period of time. You know, their financial struggles are much different than what ours
Sure.
were. And I believe this happened around 2010-ish, you know, give or take a couple years. But and my best guess would be somewhere near 5 years, the Department of Taxation had them in receivership.
So I think it would be fair to change this to 2 years. I think 1 year is awfully ambitious, and that would create a whole other set of issues. But 2 certainly would give the leniency to take the appropriate measures early, and then try to guarantee them by the second year. But yeah, 5 million in the hole is not even close to where we have to be. And there's obviously a lot of issues regarding that.
So what about the phased reduction of staffing? Would we want to do that in 1 year so that by the end of this school year, we're not that I want to.
It's the tough decision, right?
Yeah.
The sooner we are at the levels required by the state, the less we have to worry about going into receivership. And I think receivership it's not an option. It's not something we can do. That's the state comes and takes
take
control. So unfortunately, that's the position we're in. But I know Superintendent Alvarado has already made a lot of the cuts in 1 year, and we're still seeing quite the deficit. And so to spread this out over time is not an option. 1 is certainly a lofty goal, but I think 2 is more appropriate, and 3, the opposite is true. We can't wait that long.
Okay. Could we even put a mid goal of in 1 year at least becoming even?
Great idea.
And then by 2 years, we've got our 4% back. I'm just worried if we don't make decisions, they will come in and they will make the decisions, and
Correct.
then we lose.
And then we're
control there.
looking at, big closures and lots of layoffs, and we don't want that.
Yeah, I would say that's fair.
Is that what we're talking
Yeah.
about, making substantial?
So here on this,
No,
So
I-
just
yeah.
remind the board, we can't dive too deep
Nope.
into the options because we have to stay on the
right
agenda.
on this,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, there's lots of things that will take place.
The agencies that are looking at our finances, are they going to give us some suggestions?
Yeah, we've been in lots of dialogue and collaboration with Nevada Department of Education, Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson, as well as Dr. Canavero, our interim superintendent. I've reached out to Victor Wakefield, our new state superintendent, who will start at the end of the month. We're scheduling a meeting for him to come out and visit the schools here in Douglas County, and then we'll have a talk about budget. We've also met with Senator Titus, our local legislator, to share, what's happening with our budget, and I don't want to go too deep into it because really this item is about the goals. So I will share more information next month when I do the analysis.
Okay. Thank you. So I would say, I would like to possibly see.
So I
change
think,
the
yeah,
goal
we need to change that to
within
2
the first
fiscal
year,
years.
we break even.
Can we
and
do
within
that?
2 years, we have our 4% contingency.
Did you motion that?
I make a motion that we change goal number 2 under key metric, financial health and compliance, to say that within 1 year, we will break even, and within 2 years, we will recoup our 4%.
I'll second that.
contingency.
Public comment.
Yeah, public comment. But we're not done. That's
We're
just
approving this all as
public.
one, correct? So
Yeah, so
I think
that's,
that we,
if there's any other goal items.
right. So yeah, I think we need to decide if the other items are correct, and if we agree that that's the only change, then we make a motion to approve as with the exception, correct? So if anyone has any other things,
So
that'd be.
then we need to rescind the motion so that we can encompass it all.
So I rescind my motion.
I rescind my second.
Okay.
So does everyone think these other items are fair on the numbers, or have any problems with those?
I didn't have any problems. I think financially we're
Can I just mention that understaffing as well, we might want to change it from
Yes,
3 to 2
I agree.
to meet our goal above it.
Ms. Miller.
So I had a question about the enhanced volunteer program with by 10% by the end of the school year. Is
On which goal is that?
that is going to be key metrics for success, goal number 4.
Okay.
Sorry. It says that we're going to increase the total number of active district volunteers by 10%. Do we have the current number of volunteers?
Right.
Or we're just looking to increase it by 10%?
We're trying to increase parent involvement at all levels. I currently don't have a baseline. I know HR is working on revising the volunteer handbook, getting things posted on our website. We had our family engagement specialist who met with all the PTO presidents this week, and we'll continue to meet with them. And we're really educating our community about how to volunteer, what is the process to get cleared. So we will bring a metric to you if you need that.
Okay, I love that it's, if you want to increase it by 10, but I think we need to know where we're at currently, because if it's already a high number, I don't know if 10 is too lofty.
985 volunteers.
So when you fill out a volunteer application, it's good for 5 years. So I'm not sure how many of those actually volunteer in our schools, or if they've just filled out an application and maybe their kids graduated or they're not.
Well, and you have to be, if you're going to go on any field trips with your kids, you have to be an approved volunteer.
Right.
They're not coming into the school. They just go on the field trip.
Right. Yes,
Yes,
that's
how you
the
become
5 years. Yeah. So we keep track of them because at that 5 year we have to give them a reminder, right? But I don't know that that's all active volunteers at this point in time.
Is there any way to find out how many active we have?
Yes. I'm actually working on that project right now. We have
Awesome.
a meeting next week. And so I'll have more information for you. It's the DPAC meeting coming
Okay.
up next week, October 22nd.
So according to that, so we have a current of 985, 10% is 98, 99 extra volunteers to equal that 10%. Right, but that's what they have currently. So 10% of that is 98.5.
Yeah, it's a little less than 10 volunteers per school site.
I would say even if all of those were volunteering, I think that's a decent goal, 10 volunteers per school site.
Okay. All right. Anything else that anybody else wants to cover on this? I liked the bullying 10% reduction. I think that's well, 100% would be great. But that is really overreaching. I know.
I think if we put too many high percentages,
it'll be too lofty of a goal and we won't reach any.
It goes back to that wig situation where we have too much on our plate and not
Yep.
enough gets done type situation.
Yeah. So. All right. But let's take public comment first. All right, we will open up our governance and superintendent goals for public comment. Do we have any online? Not online. All right. Seeing as we have no public comment, we will close public comment. Do I have a motion?
Yes, I have a motion that we approve the governance and superintendent goals with the change to goal number 2 under key metrics for success, financial health and compliance, to restore the budget, to break even within 1 year and 4% within 2 years, and the staffing, the phased reduction of staffing over the next 2 years.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Ms. Knighting and a second by Ms. Jansen. Any further discussion or questions? All right, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Now the real fun begins, right? The hard work. Making that all happen. All right, at this time we have our open meeting law violation. I am assuming that everyone here had the opportunity to read the AG's findings. Mr. Ritchie, did you have anything you needed to add? Or are you just here to make sure that we do it? Oh, okay, public comment. Okay. Hold on, I gotta pull it up. All right, so are there any questions or discussion to be had by the board? Okay, then we will go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Adrian Sawyer, for the record, parent of 3 DCSD students. Yet another OML violation because trustees were deciding on board business outside of public meetings. According to the violation, the board does not contest this occurred. Decisions made by public officers outside of legally required meetings severely damage their integrity in the eyes of the public and their peers. Public trust is the cornerstone of government, and making secret decisions undermines the transparency and accountability that are central to that trust. The Attorney General Office also found that the contract the board officers signed was different from the ones the board voted to accept when they hired Joey Gilbert Law. According to the violation, the board does not contest this either. The definition of vindication is proof that someone or something is right, reasonable, or justified. Former trustees Gilkerson and Kangas, as well as Superintendent Lewis, have been vindicated. They were justified in their pursuit of transparency and were dedicated to protecting public trust. Their concerns about decisions made outside of public meetings and Joey Gilbert's contract were dismissed by 3 current board members. They were called names and vilified for over a year. Yet here we are. They are vindicated. Members of the public also brought up discrepancies between the 2 contracts and were called sore losers, among other names. The public, former trustees Gilkerson and Kangas, as well as Superintendent Lewis, deserve an apology from the 3 current board members. The line from this decision: the board has taken steps to seek experienced legal counsel regarding OML matters, is the result of 5 OML violations, 3 deferral agreements with the Ethics Commission, and a writ of mandamus for withholding public records. What do all of these have in common besides 3 sitting trustees? Joey Gilbert. At the November 14th, 2023 school board meeting, Ms. Sears, who is not a lawyer but was giving the board advice with Joey Gilbert's blessing, defined material change as, quote, something that alters the terms of the contract and that alters the way the contract performs, end quote. Joey Gilbert and Ms. Sears are on record numerous times saying that there were no material changes from his first contract to the second. This OML violation is the direct consequence of Joey Gilbert's lack of experience with OML. When Joey Gilbert was hired, he was honest about his shortcomings in legal matters necessary to provide competent legal counsel to the district, but that was ignored by 3 current trustees. This violation falls on those 3 trustees who prioritize their personal agendas by hiring Joey Gilbert over the best interests of the students of Douglas County. By Joey Gilbert's own account, legal fees for the board were over $500,000. We have seen current board members skirt responsibility for these violations. It is petty and spiteful and hurts the board's credibility. According to the AG, the violations were not disputed. The current board is making strides to rebuild public's trust, and it is time for the 3 current board members to take responsibility. I hope they vote to accept these findings without any caveats. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Doug Ritchie. My wife and I have the pleasure of having 5 children, either currently in the school district or have graduated from the school district. And I wanted to begin by thanking the wonderful teachers and staff and administration that have and continue to provide a wonderful education to my children. I also want to thank the leadership of this board for the decisions they have been making, particularly for hiring great legal counsel to provide advice to them as they move forward. Listening to your agenda, you have a lot of challenges ahead of you. But with the new leadership that's here, with our wonderful superintendent and the wonderful things that are happening, the future's bright. One of the things I noticed on this agenda item is there's a couple of items, one of which is the decision to execute and approve the contract with Joey Gilbert's law firm. I'm not making any opinion as to his abilities as an attorney. However, it's clear from the Attorney General's opinion that the contract violated the Nevada's open meeting law. Therefore, the contract is void, not voidable, but void, which means it was as if it never existed. So the reason I came here, there's a lot of reasons, but mainly it's to express my gratitude to this board and to allow the board to put this to rest, to address the findings of the Attorney General's office, to clarify that this contract was void, therefore the board has done whatever it's done as a consequence of that finding. Similarly with actions of certain board members that were found to be in violation of the open meeting law, it'd be helpful if the board expressed whatever they want to have closure for the public. That's the main reason I wanted to come here, is to encourage the board to have closure for this item, to address the things that the AG found were in violation of the open meeting law, and to move forward with great hope and with all the positivity that I have as a parent for what my children are receiving. Again, I appreciate very much your taking public comment and listening to me. I know it's been a very long day. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Any more online? 2 online. Okay, we'll go to online. Can you hear us?
Yes,
You
I
have
can.
the ability to speak.
Hi, Colin Burrows, for the record, parent in this community. I'm deeply concerned about the repeated open meeting law violations involving trustee Jensen, Burns, and Dickerson. According to findings from the Nevada General's office, these trustees have now been implicated in multiple confirmed violations of state transparency laws designed to protect us, the public, and ensure accountability of the local governance. The most recent findings are even more disturbing, involving the matters of unauthorized alteration and signing of legal services contract without full board participation and private communications among a quorum of trustees concerning the termination of the former superintendent. These are not procedural oversights. They represent deliberate actions taken outside the public process to undermine confidence in the board's integrity and transparency. This is especially troubling given that these are the 5th and 6th confirmed meeting violations involving these trustees. At some point, repeated violations cease to be mistakes and instead demonstrate a pattern of disregard for open government and public accountability. The community deserves better. The community deserves board members who act lawfully, ethically, and transparently. This continued disregard for the open meeting law erodes public confidence and distracts from the district's core mission, serving students, families, and educators. I urge this board to take this matter seriously, to acknowledge these violations. These 3 board members spent 2 years breaking the open meeting violations, absolutely harassing and degrading concerned parents and public who tried to voice their concerns about their political agenda. You combine these violations and wasting $500,000 on a horrible lawyer, this board member should do at a minimum is censure these 3 board members. How many board meetings have we had to watch where the board does nothing? They say nothing, they do nothing when these violations are announced. It's time to do something. Censure them or ask these board members to resign. Enough is enough. We endured 2 years of pain from these 3 board members. Do something, acknowledge something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marty Swisher, Gardnerville resident. I'd like to thank Mrs. Sawyer and Ms. Wilson for coming forward with these concerns and complaints that the Attorney General's office has found were violations of the open meeting law. As the previous speaker noted, this is the 6th violation that has been upheld. And my point right now is that much of this was avoidable, but due to poor legal counsel and really hindering the public from getting records that were requested, it cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to this school district. I'm going to speak specifically about the Wilson complaint. That allegation was that there was communication among board members forming a quorum discussing the termination of Keith Lewis as superintendent. That also involved individuals outside of our school district, and Joey Gilbert was aware of that because he was CC'd on these emails. When the public, members of the public came forward and made public record requests for information surrounding this, we were told that no records existed. It took going to court and continuing to have the district say that no records exist until 10 or 11 months of court battles to find out that in fact those records did exist. They do exist, and we have the emails that prove that trustees Burns, Jansen, and Engelkirk were directly involved in talking about the termination of Keith Lewis with people outside of our school district and essentially forming a plot not only to fire him, but to replace him. That has no responsibility for the new board members. So I'm going to ask that we have 2 board members that are present tonight that can make this happen. I'm going to ask that either Trustee Dickerson or Trustee Jansen make the motion to accept this and the other one second, because it's their responsibility for what happened and all of the fallout that happened after it. Take responsibility for what you did, and then let's shut the book on this and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more online.
Hi, this is May Hyatt. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So just like all of the other wonderful people who spoke before me, gosh, this is OML violation number 6. Number 6. But I don't need to draw that out. Kind of like what Mr. Burrows said before me, as a member of the community, as a parent, we need to set an example for our children. And there should be accountability and there should be consequences. Any other job, you make this many mistakes, there needs to be consequences. If I made 6 mistakes on the job, gosh, I would have been fired a long time ago. So this is shameful, especially when there are 0 consequences, when you don't get anything so much as a slap on the wrist. You don't even get that. I would like to see some accountability. We need to show this community and we need to demonstrate to our children that when the law is broken, that there are indeed consequences. Here we are talking about something so minor as dress code violation. You guys broke the law. There were members of this board that broke the law and nothing is to come of it. We need to take accountability because it's not okay. What exactly are we telling our children in this community? We need to seriously think about this. I want apologies made to trustees Linda Gilkerson and Carrie Kangas for all of the abuse that they had to sustain. I can't tell you how many times at these meetings that they insisted the contracts were different. They said that they weren't the same, and they were subjected to so much yelling, so much verbal abuse, so much bullying by members of this current board. Not only that, by also Joey Gilbert Law. And they knew better, but they were bullied. And their actions are now vindicated. They were right the whole time. And I would like to see some accountability. I would like to see a public apology because they deserve better. And they were true advocates of our community. They were true advocates for the teachers, the staff, and our children. And us, most importantly, the taxpayers who are now out $500,000 because of Joey Gilbert Law. You guys are the ones who need to pay. And you know which board members I'm talking about. There needs to be some action. There needs to be accountability. And I do support the call for censure for certain board members. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more? Okay. All right. Any further public comment? All right. We will close public comment then. All right. Is there any discussion to be had by the board?
Just can I ask Frankie, are these the last known violations that we have outstanding?
There were 3 findings brought to the district. 2 were violations. 1 was a non-violation. These are the last ones.
This is the last? Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to know. All right. Do I have a motion from anyone on the board?
I would like to say that I relied, for better or worse, on legal counsel, and I never intentionally tried to hurt children or anything else. I'm not a lawyer, so I didn't, I don't know.
What if nobody makes a motion? I don't think this is optional, is it?
This is not optional. I recommend the board makes a motion.
All right.
would, would any board members that were addressed in the public comment like to make a motion?
I don't personally feel like, I mean, I did everything I was asked.
Microphone.
I did everything I was asked to do. I didn't intentionally do anything. So this is over, this is more, I don't even know it. I don't know.
So all that is being asked is an acknowledgement that there is findings. There's no admission.
This is just bizarre. This has just been so.
Susan, do you want to turn your microphone on and speak?
I think it's better if I don't speak because I really have nothing to say, but thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, if no one will make a motion, I will make a motion. I move that we accept the OML violation findings of fact and conclusion of law for open meeting law complaint from the AG.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Wagstaff and a second by Mr. Zinke. Any more discussion? All in favor?
I would just like to say, we have members of the community requesting that we acknowledge this without caveats. And, what has been found, this is the last of it. It would do our community a great service to listen to what they have to say and to do your best to acknowledge it and make the appropriate action here for the sake of our community and our school district.
May I
Yes.
Okay, so I was asked to turn things over, did exactly that. And I don't know what I'm supposed to say. I feel I have been swept up in this. I didn't plot against anybody. And I don't know, I've been on the receiving end and sat here quietly for a very long time about how these horrible things that I have done, I didn't do anything intentionally. And I feel that I got swept up in a group, actually. I really do. It was because I turned over my emails that other things were found, because I was honest about that. So I am so overwhelmed by this. I'm at the end of it. I don't know what to say. But it was because of my honesty that others' emails were found. And I did everything I was asked to do.
I think that's true. I'd like to say I think that's true.
All right. At this time, we'll, all in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, we will now go to closed session. Okay, we are back from closed session, and just as a quick recap, we went over our negotiations with our unions. We did not vote on anything. All right, at this time, we will turn the time over to our student representative, Prairie. Take it away.
Okay, good evening. I have a couple athletic updates for the beginning. So fall sports, most of these sports are coming to an end. Right now, football this week is playing Spanish Springs away. Volleyball has a game against Carson next week. So it's
That's a big game.
It's a big game. Cross country has a race tomorrow. I'm not really sure where that is, but it's one of their last ones. Soccer also has a game against Carson. The girls do next week. And the boys will play this weekend. Tennis is over except for individuals. So there's a couple individuals who are playing right now in regionals and then trying to get to state. Some club updates. Block D Letterman's Club had a scholarship dinner earlier this month. And this was very successful, and this is to earn money for the Block D scholarship. So they held this dinner, they had a cornhole tournament, different raffle prizes to just try to get money for these athletes. HOSA has been doing a fundraiser for breast cancer awareness, and they've been selling pink swag as well as like t-shirts and holding Pink Shirt Wednesdays to show the support for breast cancer. We have a Douglas High School Music Department is holding a fall concert next week, both choir and band. That's in the gym, and I think that's on Wednesday. And then also for fundraising, Block D is doing their annual turkey drive, which is where they raise money to buy food for Thanksgiving and give it to the shelter. So we go and buy a whole bunch of Thanksgiving food for these people in need, and we donate it to the shelter. It's a big thing. This year we're doing kind of like an activate, like sports do, and there's been QR codes at the football games, and really just any Block D member has this code, and it's a website where you can donate. And then just for me, I want to start to begin to build a relationship with the leadership students at Douglas High School, Powaloo Middle School, CVMS, Wattell, and Aspire. I want to create a system which, if a topic arises on the board or in general, that I want to hear the other students' perspective, not just mine and the people I talk to. And I feel like the leadership students are the best way to get it from their school, because they can also outreach in their school and their community and just say hey, we want to get information on this point. So I really want to I want to meet with them sometime later in the next couple weeks and just introduce myself and just have this opportunity so that I can, if something does come up, I can have their opinion. And that's it.
Thank you. All right, on to board reports. Erin, would you like to start us off?
Sure.
Thank you.
Had a little bit of a busy month with lots of things going on. On the August 27th, I attended a legal briefing. On August 28th, I did a NASB training for a public records request. On the 29th, there was also a varsity. I went to a bunch of the high school home varsity games. On the 2nd, we had a parks meeting, and I went to that just to update on the parking stewardship that Zephyr Cove Parents Club and Boosters up here does. We did a total of 164 volunteer hours over the course of the summer. So I presented that to them, just kind of an overview, actually earlier this month, but I went to that meeting just to let them know that we were going to be winding that down. I've gone to a lot of Wattell soccer games for girls and boys. I did go to both Zephyr Cove and Wattell's back to school nights. On the 18th, we had a movie night up here, so that was fun. And then we had the dance, and there was an alumni thing going on too, so I went to that. So we had George Wattell alumni from all years come and hang out in the commons, and they bought some logo wear from Boosters, but they got to roam the halls, and it was very interesting to see old Letterman jackets and Letterman sweaters, as women in the 60s and 70s were not allowed to have jackets. So it was nice to see them reminiscing and looking for their trophies and things like that. And then the next day they were at Round Hill Pines, and it was just nice to hear all the stories that they had. And then the 26th was homecoming for up here, and I believe for Douglas. So I went to a lot of that. And then last Friday, I went to a meeting with Superintendent Frankie and two of you guys and Dr. Robin Titus.
Mr. Sinke.
So I had the opportunity to go to Senior Sunrise and help prepare food. I actually ended up on dishes detail, so my wife would be proud of that. I went to the wildly important goal of CC Manili, and Blaine did a great job on that. Mr. Spires, excuse me, Principal Spires. I went to the high school to do interviews for the English department. And then I actually met with Mr. Balagad, head of the CTE program, and I went around the welding and the auto shop class and into the ag building and got to meet a lot of the kids there. And I will tell you, those kids, they go to school for our CTE programs. That's what drives them. That's why they are there. So that was neat. And then I also went to the CTE board meeting that they have, and they're talking about trying to get a grant for a construction program. And that's as vague as it needs to be right now because they're still in the grant process. And then last but not least, I went to the Parks and Rec meeting of the committee I'm on there, and they are trying to figure out what programs they're going to move forward for their projects for next year.
Ms. Dickerson?
So I did the mock interviews at Douglas High School for the whole day. It was a wonderful experience. It's great. It's just wonderful. Went to the JAG event last night. That was another real inspirational event. Those are wonderful, wonderful students. On the 20th, there'll be a meeting for the Department of Education. So next month, I'll have a lot more to say about what's going on within the Department of Ed. Thank you.
Ms. Knighting?
I attended the Health Advisory Committee meetings, and they've had 2 since last meeting to get in preparation for this. And I mainly just listened, but I just wanted to thank those who serve on that committee. They take it really seriously. They just do a great job, and they work really hard to find solutions to really difficult problems. So I appreciate that committee. I attended the JAG induction ceremony last night. I attended the WIG meeting for CC Manili and Jacks Valley. I attended the homeschool town hall, which was very well attended, and I hope it starts a dialogue between our homeschool families and our school district. And I attended the football games and the first marching band competition at Galena. They took first in their class. They were the only ones in that class, but but it was good. They did a great job, and they are headed over to Sacramento on Saturday for the next Del Oro. Yep, I'll be there. I push the stuff up the hill. That's my job.
All right, Ms. Jansen.
Well, since our last meeting, I think I went to back to school night at a couple of schools. I know DHS was one that I went to right before I left, and then I was really gone for 3 weeks. I had a great time. I went to the 5 national parks in Utah, and we brought our dog. He was the only dog in all the national parks, and no one said a word about him because he's a good boy. And then I went to Michigan for my 50th high school reunion, and I just had a blast. So I'm ready to go to work. On Monday, I'm going to the State of Nevada Department of Education meeting, and I've got several other things that I've signed up for. So I'm going back to work, and I'll report on it and then next meeting.
All right. I actually had to pull up my calendar, make sure I covered everything. Not a lot. But I had the opportunity to go to CC Manili and Jacks Valley to hear their wildly important goals. And if you haven't had the opportunity to do that, I strongly encourage you to do it because I think our principals are knocking it out of the park. They are setting some amazing goals for their schools, and I think it's really neat to see the different goals that they're setting. And then I think we have 2 tomorrow as well. Yep. I was able to do both days of mock interviews at Douglas High with their English department, and anybody that says our youth, they're just horrible, just go spend a day at the high school and talk to the kids. Like, it's so amazing the priorities that they have, the goals that they have, what they want out of their life. I just think it's really cool. I was able to attend the meeting on Friday with Senator Titus, and that was a great meeting. On Tuesday, I went to the pool pact training that they did, the overcoming the AI paralysis, and it was really hands-on. I thought it was really great. It was really neat. And then for our NASB update, hold on, I have notes. There we go. We have our annual training coming up the 4th through the 6th of December, and that will be in Reno. And then, I was able to attend the JAG ceremony last night, which was really neat. We have double the amount of kids in that program, and it is so cool that it is. Miss McDonald really works hard with our kids and helping them to prepare for the future. And I, on Tuesday, got an email from Rick Harris, and I have been asked to serve on Nevada's Metrics Subcommittee for Accountability Design, which begins November 7th. So we'll be meeting every month between now and June. So that will be a neat opportunity to be involved at the state level. So, and I think that concludes my report. So, Frankie, take it away.
All right. Thank you, President Wagstaff. So I'll give a brief report, and then I'll jump into strategic plan updates so that the board can stay in the loop of what's happening and what action has already been taken, and then what's coming down the pipeline here. So we are currently at 94% student attendance across the district, which is a good thing. The goal is always to be right around 95, and we're hovering right around that number as of today. Recently, the NIAA has selected 2 of our athletic teams as all academic teams. So at DHS, we have girls golf. Here at George Wattell High School, we have girls soccer, who have both been selected. And so it's great to give them some recognition.
That's awesome.
They earned it.
They're like 8-1 or something too, so that's even better.
Well, they're doing it on the field and in the classroom. So that's great to hear. Recently, I had a conversation with JD Frisbee, the manager of the town of Minden, and we're going to start an even deeper dialogue regarding the park that's next to the district office, the park that's been used as a dog park. The town of Minden does need a dog park in Minden, and there's not a lot of availability of land to develop a dog park. So him and I will start discussing that. There may be a future presentation to the board at an upcoming meeting. So I just want to make you aware of that. I also want to talk about dress code. So, you know, the intent was to bring dress code to this meeting, but after dialogue with each of the trustees individually, and then we had a group dialogue with our administrators, secondary administrators. It looks like we're going to be making some changes to our administrative regulation. Would not be fair to parents or students to do that in the middle of the school year. So we're going to plan to bring back the policy and the administrative regulation in the spring so that everyone has advance notice before heading out into summer and doing clothing shopping for the 26-27 school year. So you can expect that in April and May. Okay. All right, we have DPAC coming up on October 22nd. We've scheduled 3 meetings for DPAC. Our family engagement specialist is helping to round up parents. We're going to advertise this. Well, first off, we're going to post the agenda tomorrow morning and then send it out on Parent Square and invite all parents to come to DPAC. It's scheduled at Jacks Valley Elementary School in their NPR. Once again, we're really focusing on increasing our parent engagement and involvement in our students' education. We held a homeschool town hall just a few weeks ago. The news article said around 30 families. I counted up close to 48, 49 people. I would say it's closer to 40 families that came. The intent of that was to bridge the gap between homeschool families and Douglas County School District to see how we can support those families, but possibly increase our enrollment here in the district, even if it is partial enrollment. So we did hear some of their concerns and their input, and we do have plans to develop a web page that provides resources and information on how they can get involved with Douglas County School District and do a partial enrollment. Okay, I also attended the Douglas High and Aspire High School JAG program induction. Great event. They've doubled that program, just like President Wagstaff said, with over 15 new students from Aspire High School. Man, that place was packed last night. Every seat was filled in Douglas High School's library. Just a lot of positive energy from students, some great singing of the national anthem, some great speaking from alumni that came back to share their story and their experience in the JAG program. So I truly believe our students are inspired to do well in life, inspired to do well in school, and they'll be prepared for the future. Our 24-25 audit is in progress. It'll be completed in the next 2 weeks. The board will get a presentation on the audit in December, and you'll be able to ask questions of our auditor. We have been audited every single year for the last 10 years, which is a very positive thing. Not every district in the state of Nevada can say they've had 10 consecutive years of audits. Met with Senator Titus on Friday, Dr. Steve Canavero, our interim superintendent of NDE, as well as Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson and a few trustees. It was great to share the things that we're struggling with, and the major thing is declining enrollment. And we'll talk more about that in upcoming meetings, but based upon my review of the statistics, we've currently lost out on approximately $5.3 million in revenue just over the last 3 school years. And if we look at where we're at with budget, if we would have got every dollar or received every dollar for every one of those students that we decline enrollment, we would be balanced at this point, very close to it. So declining enrollment is one of the major factors for our budget issues. And you'll see that as I get to the informational items, what we anticipated enrollment and what happened in September, and then what's happening now in October. In the near future, the board will receive policies to review, discuss, and approve. One of those policies is related to bus stop arm cameras. That is a safety-related policy and something that I think is important for the district to pursue, adopt, and put into place. We want to make sure that our citizens are law-abiding citizens and make stops at buses when they're pulled over and they have their stop arms out. Frequently, we do have citizens that run that stop sign, and it creates an unsafe situation for our bus drivers and our students. Also in the near future, we'll start the open enrollment process with the last biennium. There is new NRS about having open enrollment. We will start that process in January as well. Ms. Mitchell will lead that for us, and her and I will work together on putting policy together and then a process together for everybody. Yes.
That open enrollment, will that be for the following school year? So
Yes, it would be for the 26-27 school year.
All right,
Yeah,
thank
but
you.
we need to start that work now.
Yeah. Okay.
A calendar survey was sent out, and Ms. Mitchell will present the data and the survey results at the next meeting for the board to provide their input before the development of a couple draft calendars that you will have an option of approving in the near future as well. Okay, so that kind of covers some of my report, and now let's jump into the strategic plan update. I'm going to focus primarily on Goal 1 and Goal 4 today. So Goal 1 is all about student success. And so what we did last year is prioritize the strategic plan, and then we brought it back to the board for approval after you had the opportunity to give input. And so for focus area number 1, one of the items is implement new 6th through 12th grade ELA instructional curriculum. That is something that is implemented. We have provided training and we have supports in place for our teachers. If teachers need additional support, they can reach out to Leslie Peters, our Assistant Director of Ed Services, and she will arrange additional support if that's required by the teacher. Eventually, our PDC will support trainings for the new curriculum, and then we're also going through some adoptions for this year.
That's just what I was going to ask. We're adopting this year, aren't we?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So
All right.
Leslie Peters is leading that work. And at the point she's ready to present materials to the board, then, she'll provide an opportunity for parents to come in and review materials, the board review materials, and then really leaning on teacher input as we look at those curriculums. And we want to make sure they align vertically, from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade. Not all publishers provide pre-K curriculum, so that's why I said K through 12. At each school, we've developed a multi-tiered system of support team, and so that's already in place. That was part of what they're prioritizing in the strategic plan. Every school has attended our team meetings, and we feel like we're in a really solid position. And I just want to give a shout out to Molly Ravenscroft and Jen Mortensen for working very hard on MTSS, putting our teams together, coordinating training with UNR. Last year was our first cohort group, and we're starting our second cohort group this year. And we're well on the way of implementing MTSS. So we do hold monthly district leadership team meetings for MTSS. Counselors are our champions at each site for spearheading and quarterbacking MTSS processes. And then one of the main focuses for multiple schools and the trustees that went to CC got to see that some schools are focusing on behavior and discipline. And so that's part of it, reviewing the number of office discipline referrals and types of behavior incidents, which also include bullying, and guiding additional staff and providing student training. And I think some of you had the opportunity to visit CVMS on the first day of school and see, students in the NPR and getting training on expectations at the school site. So definitely major change. That covers goal number 1. Actually, there's one more item here, and that's going to be objective 3, action step 6, and that's expanding career and technical education electives at the middle school. So last year, Ashley, Mitchell, and Cade filed for a grant or applied for a grant, and we received funding for our work-based learning teacher. And that teacher is focused on pushing down into the middle grades in the elementary to do exploratory college and career activities, but mainly focusing on career. Okay, goal number 4. So goal number 4 is really our family engagement specialist goal. And she's been working very hard this school year, is really reaching out to our parents and working with our principals. Now that we know what the fire science program needs, she'll then pivot and focus some attention on the recruitment efforts for next school year. So for goal number 4, every one of our schools has a newsletter that they issue out, and Haley has supported each of the schools in developing that. She's working with schools to ensure there's a social media page. If there's not, she'll support them in developing that media page. She has met with our PTO presidents this week and is getting input from our PTO presidents. What information would they like? How often would they like to meet? And then we're going to plan the course ahead. And she's also supporting our DPAC. We do have 3 meetings. I already talked about next week's. In January, we'll have our second meeting, and then we'll have our 3rd meeting in April. And we're focused on explaining what Title I is to our parents, how parents can be involved, how they can join the PTO programs, and what are the standards for our PTO programs that are national standards. And that's what she covered with the presidents. So really a coordinated, integrated effort to making sure parents stay involved. We do have a high level involvement, but we want to maintain it, and we want to get the right parents in the building. The parents that, their students need a little bit more support, and we need to bridge that gap between home and school. It's not always easy to get, those parents in the building, and that's who we're going to target this year. Also,
fast.
just a couple more items.
She did a great job on Parent Square rollout.
Okay.
That was really good.
Yeah.
So,
Parent Square is a new system. I know there's
yeah.
some bugs that people need to work out on how they utilize the program. It is user friendly.
It is.
People will get more comfortable as time goes on. We are working on, and Haley's supporting this, having online payments through Parent Square. Parent Square does have a fundraising portal aspect to it. We don't have, all the budgeting codes and account codes, but in the near future, that's going to be available for parents to donate, and principals and schools will be able to put on fundraising initiatives through the Parent Square app and pay digitally. So
that'll be great.
there's lots of work on the back end that people don't see.
Mhm.
And I just feel like we're making very strong progress with the strategic plan,
Mhm.
Just 1 quarter into the school year.
That's awesome.
So that gives you the strategic plan update. Do you have any questions regarding my report or strategic plan?
No, I don't think so. That was very thorough. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
All right. Hold on. I covered my agenda.
So we're on informational items next.
Yes. So, Mr. Alvarado.
Yeah. So for the informational items, I'm just going to focus on 2 things. A reminder about open enrollment for health benefits. That's on there.
Mhm.
And then also to look at our enrollment counts. So when we came into August, we anticipated a 217 student decline for enrollment. As we hit September, we were right around 106 student difference. Since last month, we're now about 132 student difference. So we did decline about 26 students in the last month. But it's still better than what we expected coming into the school year at 217 students. And I did give you that dollar amount that, we're losing in revenue over the last 3 years. And then I should definitely give credit to the donors here. So Carson Valley United Methodist Church donated $1,000 to DHS for the student hardship program. We had 2 angel account donations. Helen Johnson donated $500 directly to GES's account, and Stephen Brady donated $500 to be split between schools.
And then we got that nice check from,
That was an awesome check.
that
Yeah.
was an awesome check.
Yeah, $11,000 from Smash Hunger.
Yeah.
Thank you, Douglas County leadership. That was
Yeah. That's awesome.
very nice of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
CBI also donated $5,000 to our Students in Transition fundraiser for our homeless students this month. Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you. That it?
That's it.
All right. All right. And at that, did you want to go over the board governance handbook workshop?
That's just informational. We'll post an agenda for that within the timelines that are prescribed.
Okay.
But we are meeting for a special workshop on the governance handbook on November 14th.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
This is over here. It's so awkward. Anyway, I printed out at some point in time the handbook, but I never got a handbook. Can I stop by the district office? Do you have one for me?
Yeah, we can print one up for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because I think it was actually not the final, the one.
We don't have a final.
Oh, we don't have
No.
a final.
That's what we're going over on the 14th.
I'd like one though.
So it's a draft. At the work session, we'll go through the entire workbook. The board will be able to discuss, recommend changes. Once we have a finished product, we'll make sure that it's bound nicely, and you have a nice professional copy.
Okay, is it still okay? I stop by and grab a, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
All right. And at that, meeting is adjourned.